Alright, well, hello and welcome back to yet another session of Rough Rolling, where people realize that Lady Luck has already absconded with someone else long before they even got into the casino, and that lady is a tramp. Insert third Frank Sinatra reference here. I'm Gray, your resident DM and storyteller, and I believe this episode marks 15, if my counting skills are sharp enough. Oh my, I didn't think we would really last this long. Considering the technical problems we've already ironed out, I don't think that was an unreasonable thing to assume either. But here we are, ready for another day of pain and confusion, so let's get an update on what happened last time, shall we?
Ooh, pain and confusion! On the last episode of Rough Rolling, we began in the aftermath of the arena battle, where the otherworldly creatures had just taken a Mills bomb from Daxius. Garugamesh also had his bag chewed on, but they didn't manage to break in and steal the bomb. Anyways, Unger announces a three-way tie between the Outsiders, the Gatecrashers, and the Stonewarders, and announces a feast to be held in 2 days' time. As you know, we were helping Daxius collect all of his belongings into a hobo sack. Talia and John Luke walk into the arena to, inspect the samples of the dead spectral dog. Ulrich is still irate over the whole scenario, but John Luke makes up his mind to try and figure out what exactly this creature was. And the party shares in the information to him that they did steal the Mills bomb, leading to the belief that it might be an extra-dimensional creature. Fernix and Sven collect samples to study later, and Talia wishes the party well, but also informs them of a high-ranking society member coming into town. But before we made our departure, Sven had to throw in some snide comments about Garugamesh, about, probbing noble people in the town, which did not happen at all. And some very prejudiced things were said against Garugamesh, and I really didn't. I mean, the entire party didn't think it was fair. But, anyways, to celebrate, we all decided to go to the Lion and Lady, but not before Garugamesh dragged Daxius off to the Narrows Trade House to attempt to bother Siegfried Ash, unsuccessfully. Garugamesh did successfully challenge that coward to an arm wrestling match that he was not there for, but some shopping was done, and on the way out, Daxius did draw some lewd imagery on the store's golem, which may or may not come back to bite us. There are a lot of things we did that could come back, but now at the Lion and Lady, Sven orchestrated a singing competition, which went pretty well, but I think Sven stayed in the bar far too long to facilitate that, leading to a late morning for him, but more on that later. The party discussed the events of the arena, and the next morning, Vic and Guru go to the library. Vic researched the religious beliefs of dragons, and, he also found an elven story, the story of Vestamar, an elf seeking power through a cursed book. He sacrificed people to gain that power. It was kind of went in with the murals found in the Temple of Vase, but also researched for the travel logs of the Gravelands. The librarian did mention that he would have to seek elsewhere for those, but in the meantime, Daxius prepared for the day with Fernix, while Sven slept off the previous night. They got ready and headed for the Royal Academy Library themselves. And once leaving the library, Garugamesh stopped by the kilns to visit the Temple of Tychon to give to pay his respects to his deity. Daxius and Fernix arrive at the library to see Vic buried in a pile of books. They're there to research the creature that took the Mills bomb, and Fernix ends up doing research on just different dimensional planes outside of the material realm. Eventually, they return to the chapter house to wake Sven, where they find Garugamesh waiting with a bucket of water outside his door, because he wants to give him a drink. But Daxius refused to open the door because it was magically locked. But the drink of water was really a bucket of water to be thrown at Sven, which he found out when the door was opened, and a fight ensued again between Garugamesh and Sven. The tensions were really building the last session, and it was really well deserved. A wrestling match ensued, and Sven hissed and got really wet, and he was eventually pinned by Garugamesh. And it was really humiliating for Sven. Like, I would really not want to be Sven, but
yeah.
That is pretty much where the session left off. There's a tar barrel carry later tonight, and I think the day is just getting started.
Pretty much. It's a good summation, even if there is a lot of creative liberties taken by its author.
No, that's exactly what happened. People who don't believe me can go back and watch the YouTube stream.
Yeah, we'll see.
So, and that we broke a record. We hit 30 views on that episode, and I do want to say we all need to like and subscribe. Smash that like button, share with your friends. If you're not doing your part, we don't want you as a viewer.
Don't say that.
Now I can't tell if it's Garugamesh talking or John.
Yep. Need to remember to say that at the beginning and the end of every episode.
We don't want you as our viewer part, or like and subscribe.
Preferably the like, comment, and subscribe. But
Maybe that's
we can.
Elon Musk asks threats.
Well, we could, if we are going the Elon Musk route, we could just call our viewers pedophiles. But I don't think that would help either.
Saying they're blackmailing us with views and tell them to fuck themselves, and then look awkwardly around as if you were expecting some round of applause.
Oh, are you talking about Jeb Bush's "Please Clap"?
No, this is actually worse.
Oh no.
Anyway.
Speaking of the... Go ahead.
It is worth mentioning that in addition to that, we behind the scenes spent some time doing some purchasing and upgrading with the winnings from the gauntlet.
Yep.
Or not the gauntlet, the arena. So rather than spend 5 to 6 hours shopping and bookkeeping, and most likely arguing about how the money is going to be spent, we just did it in the background.
Yep.
It's not normally how the money is spent where we argue, it's how it's going to be split up.
True.
Yeah.
Speaking of shopping, there is a few things that I know that were to be suggested but hadn't been, I guess, rolled up more or less to be available. So I do have a few options that, as you, Garugamesh and Daxius were at the Narrows Trade House, that the bald-headed man standing behind the counter would gesture to or suggest or say that, this is what they have in stock if you're interested. So I'm just gonna run down a list and you can yay, nay, either of you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first up, we have a ring of sustenance. I know this came in relatively recently off of some river rat towards Darien. In the back, I believe I have a pair of spectacles of lip reading. We'll just say that a noble here ordered that, and then, let's just say he's not going to be ordering anything anymore.
Oof.
We also got our hands on a mask of the Cursed Eye. Rather fun if you like ugly, horrific things, or are into the defending yourself against the scrying of others thing. The more rings, I believe, came out of an order. Mostly just passing through, but... a ring of climbing, a ring of austere majesty, and a ring of balance.
What was that second one? Ring of what?
A ring of austere majesty. So, a dozen tiny gemstones line the outer ring edges of this golden ring. As long as one or more creatures can see it, the ring grants its wearer a +2 circumstance bonus to diplomacy and intimidate checks to influence those creatures. In addition, the wearer can allow a willing creature to inspect the ring as a 4-round action. If she does, for the following 3 rounds, the creature and the wearer can speak while the ring's power obfuscates the detail of the conversation. To every other creature able to hear them, during that time, the conversation sounds continued back and forth of exchange of exaltations about the ring's artistry. it is 3,000 gold.
Well, I can't afford any of this. Can you?
I could afford some of it. I'm thinking of it. Sorry, I'm looking at the Mask of the Cursed Eye. Does that just allow you to see through disguises?
It stops people from looking through your disguises.
This mask is
Oh.
decorated with a staring bloodshot eye. Anyone other than the ally who observes the wearer using a scrying spell or pierces any of his magical disguise, including invisibility or polymorph effects, with a divination spell is blinded for 1d4 minutes, 42 DC 16 negates, and the wearer receives a brief mental glimpse of the perpetrator. This is enough to enable scrying or teleportation to investigate the perpetrator, but the wearer is considered to have no familiarity with the subject. The mask can only be triggered once per day, after which it falls dormant until the next midnight.
Unless you do have familiarity with the subject, in which case it's scry and die in reverse,
Yeah.
which is pretty neat.
Hmm.
Not that we're getting spied on and mass teleporting and murdering a bunch of people that we know.
I mean, we could.
We're not at that level yet.
Yeah,
Not
we'll get
yet.
there.
Always fun though.
What was that third ring after the Assure Majesty?
Ring of Balance. Sturdy Ring allows the user to ignore the non-proficiency penalty for using a particular type of improvised weapon, such as a crowbar or a pitchfork, and grants a +1 enhancement bonus on attack rolls with that item as though it were a masterwork weapon. That is 1,600 gold.
I'm assuming it doesn't mean improvised as in oversized.
No, I don't think so, because that technically wouldn't fall into an improvised weapon size. I don't think so.
I'm guessing it would ignore the improvised bonus, but if you were like, I'm gonna pick up a tree and swing it at him, you would take the size penalty,
Yeah, I think so.
and then not the improvised weapon penalty.
Yep.
So,
Oh, do you have
I'd say
interest
the
in
ring.
these?
I'd say the Ring of Sustenance might have an interest to other people in the party.
Good, yeah.
It's really good for arcane spellcasters, because then you only have to sleep for I think like 2 hours, 4 hours or something.
2
Yeah,
hours, yeah.
You don't need to
Pretty
eat
great.
or rest anything.
Ring has to be
It's
warm
also-
for a full week before it starts to work. Well,
Ring of gain 6 more hours in the day.
Or just the ring of crafting.
Yes,
You know, I do want this.
Insomniac Crafter
think
has
it's-
been around for a while.
I think it's 2,400 gold.
2,500.
Yeah. Can Garugamesh negotiate? You know, I'm gonna try and negotiate.
Yeah, remember
I'm
what
gonna-
happened last time we
Right.
did that?
My ring
I
slots
didn't have
are all
to. I
used
didn't
up
have to
for
pay
now.
more than the sticker price. So, I'm gonna roll bluff, and I'm gonna say I already have one of these, but I'd be willing to take it off his hands for 1,800 gold.
I don't know if it'll help, but I'll assist with that since I'm there. So that's a +2 to his roll.
Okay. And how are you trying to bluff it? Are you trying to manipulate him, like, specifically?
I'm trying to say that it doesn't interest me. I already have one. I don't need it, but I'd be willing to pick up a second for a party member. But I'm not going to spend 2,500 gold on it, and I offer 1,800.
Well, if the other person is interested, as far as I can tell, it's most likely going to be staying here. Although, if I remember correctly, it's going perhaps back downriver to Darien and then on to Lunabrook with a group of other rings that some noble is going to buy for his fetid little children. But I do have a few other items here. Perhaps of interest, perhaps of not. But they're strange because I've never seen things like them come through before. We have a mummer's ruff. Kind of a good item if you like to pretend you're other people. A ring
What
of
was it
maniacal
called?
devices.
Yeah, what? A mummer's ruff?
A mummer's ruff. Usually fashioned from brightly colored silk, a mummer's ruff is a favorite accoutrement of performers and con artists alike. The wearer of a mummer's ruff gains a +10 bonus on bluff skill checks when attempting to imitate another's voice. In addition, once per day, the wearer of the mummer's ruff can throw his voice as if using ventriloquism for up to 5 minutes.
Huh. I mean, I'm not interested in it, but if it's not 500 gold or less, I can't buy it.
Well, I mean, if it's something you want, you need it. I mean, it's not like you're going anywhere. So
Yeah.
we can buy it for you.
I mean, if I was gonna buy anything, it'd probably either be the spectacles or the mask of the cursed eye.
Yeah, the spectacles of Lippering is cool. Were there any more items other than the mummer's ruff?
A ring of maniacal devices, and then finally a weapon which I believe came with a tag listed the Judge's Retort.
The judge's retort.
He
Interesting.
turns to look at the, excuse me, this is the one with the glasses, the bald man, who is not the one that's been speaking to you, he's the dumb one, and says, "Go get the toy, you know the one." And the bald man just kind of looks up from his teeny little book and says, "All right." Steps back. The bespectacled man who's been like speaking with you just kind of gives one of those like salesman smiles of like, we'll be worth it just a second.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe less than 30 seconds later, the bald man comes back with a big fucking hammer, with the head shaped like a judge's gavel. This one? Yes, I believe that is the one. Thank you, Curly.
The design is certainly loud.
I believe it was taken off of either an Inquisitor or a Paladin to a Zarian. I would not be shocked by either.
What else can you tell me about it?
In parlance within the game, it is a +1 Earthbreaker. Once per day, the wielder may speak the command word and name a specific crime he believes an individual within 30 feet has committed. Whenever the designated target takes damage from the Judge's Retort, the target must succeed at a DC 13 will save or immediately and truthfully confess its innocence or guilt in the named crime. If the target can speak the same language as the wielder, or it must confess it in that language. This effect lasts for 24 hours or until the creature fails its will save, whichever comes first.
That would make a really good birthday gift for Vic.
I think he would not enjoy having to touch any weapon that isn't Fenrir.
Fair enough.
How much do you want for it? The Earthbreaker.
The guy pushes his glass up and says, "I'll check it. Came in actually today." And he goes over, like, pulls the hammer out of Curly's hand, and then you can see it like fall a little bit. Oh god! And then he turns it over to like read the tag, and it says that boss wishes to collect 5220 for it, and it didn't come off of a Inquisitor or a Paladin. It came off of a Hell Knight.
Oh.
I'm sure that was a rather fun engagement.
Mm.
Sure which one it is, but I wouldn't want to run into them.
Well, clearly it didn't do him much good if it's here now.
Well, I mean, either he might have sold it as a drunk gambler, or perhaps 6-on-1 just took its natural course. Things happen like that usually.
Let's hope.
Out of character, is there... I'm trying to compare the Dwarven Longhammer to the Earthbreaker. Is there any difference between these two?
I think the Longhammer has reach and the Earthbreaker does not.
Yes. Yeah, the Earthbreaker does not have reach.
Okay.
I assume there's no alignment restrictions on the weapon either.
No. Luckily, no.
I don't know.
See, the
So I
thing
don't think
is,
that-
with Hell Knights, you don't necessarily have to be evil, neutral, or good as long as you are law-abiding.
That's what I meant, like lawful.
Yeah,
Oh.
there's no like alignment. It's not like it refused to use it as like if you were chaotic or neutral. But something tells me that somebody who doesn't fall into those or doesn't work one of those kinds of professions probably isn't going to be using that feature on it often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tempting, but for 5,000 gold, I really do think I'm gonna pass. But the Ring of Sustenance, I'm still interested in.
Well then, the price on it. You can always come back and try and negotiate with the boss, but I'm sure you're not going to fare any better there.
I will say, I feel
Especially
like that.
given the note
that-
that you're about to pass on to him.
Oh,
I
he
will
hasn't
say
read it
that-
yet?
Well, no, this is actually in the same scene.
Oh, it's in the same scene.
Yeah, it's in
Okay.
the same scene, so that hasn't happened yet.
I will say that I think that Sven is probably the best with the Ring of Sustenance. That way he can keep watch through the night, and he has dark vision.
Yeah, but I plan to use it to make money. No, but do you want me to get the Ring of Sustenance and we can go 50-50 on it if you want to share it.
It takes time to attune to it. You can't just slip it on.
Yep.
Ah.
It's a very good item, but it's not something you can share.
If you want it, I mean, Sven's not there, so it's all up to you if you want it, and like it's yours. Then I'm just pointing out that I think Sven, like if we're trying to power game, Sven might be the best one to have on it, since
I
you know,
agree.
vision.
Actually, you can only wear 2 rings at once, right?
Yeah.
Unless you have certain items like a shriveled fucking elf's hand that you can hang around your neck. And a gold-
But he
It
uses the
appears-
next slot instead.
It's a very expensive hand.
Insanely
Yeah.
expensive hand.
I think there's also
Or
a
you
belt.
can-
Yeah,
you can
there's a-
sacrifice your belt to hang 4 rings off of your belt and then go, "Nyahaha, I'm the Mandarin. I can switch between all these rings."
I thought it was like it lets you put the rings on your toes and then you could swap between your hands and your feet.
It's some
Yeah.
ridiculous thing where it's like you have 4 different ring slots now that you can swap between, and then you can also put on the hand around your neck. And I'm like, oh my god! I'm like, I want to see this character and be like, what can you do that's worth looking this ridiculous?
Take the alchemist
I have to know.
thing that gives you an extra arm.
Yes.
Just wear like 50 rings.
I think I know my
Well-
gimmick for my next character if Daxius dies.
Yeah, yeah, toe rings.
Funnily enough, it doesn't give you more magic item slots. They're like, no, even if you have 5 million hands, you can only wear 2 rings. And it's like, oh, okay.
I only have 2 in effect at one time.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But-
I've already got. I already used one of my ring slots for the Ring of Feather Falling, and I've got my Ring of Protection. I
Well,
basically
keep.
just have to leave this on.
What is the rate of the time between it being on the shelf and it being exchanged? How long is that usually?
Well, it depends on the item. Things like these, if they don't sell here within 3 days, assuming that they were either traded in here or perhaps just passing through, they are often packaged and shipped elsewhere to be sold. We have a better market down in the old city in Lunabrook.
I see.
Much
Is
larger
there any
city,
way
lot
you
more
can-
people, more money.
Rugmesh,
Yes.
if you give
Mhm.
that ring to Sven, you actually will still get more crafting, because if just one person is doing the night and the watch, and Sven doesn't have to sleep, then you guys can sleep and we get more time per day before
Yeah.
we have to get moving.
Well,
the difference of like a couple hours, though.
It is,
Yeah.
but I mean, you know.
it'll be fine. Garugamesh, from his pocket, pulls out the signet ring that he made, which was appraised at 24 to 2,800 gold pieces, and he puts it on a counter and gently slides it his way. Would you be willing to make a trade? We just won the arena, and I am a master craftsman, a jeweler.
He picks it up, looks at it, kind of like sets it down, then like kneels down to like grab at something, and then he comes back up with a jeweler's loop and puts it to his eye and looks at it. Remind me, what are the details of the item?
I bought the original ring at auction, and I reworked it to add value. I bought it for 2,000 gold pieces and added I don't know what I rolled on it. I didn't write that down.
Is it just gold, or were there actually like jewels in it? I can't remember either. A lot of stuff is.
It would you'd have to go back. I know you had it written down in your notes about what was at auction, because I did buy this ring at auction and reworked it. But it's a signet ring, and it has like some sort of symbol on it. So. I think it was encrusted with jewels, but hard to say.
Okay. A lot of fucking knowledge.
It was actually the first thing that you put up, at least according to my notes here.
One thing I'm wondering is, how do I deal with all the magic items being so heavy?
Yeah, I mean, when your carrier weight is like, what,
No fucking knows.
30 pounds?
Will people be mad if I just if I figure out what the lightest possible clothing is to scrimp on that?
You could just wear nothing.
Yeah,
Get some
Nothing.
muleback cords.
nothing but my fancy jacket and my chainmail. I mean, the chainmail is pretty covering.
You just see you see Fernix walk out of the clothing store with just a big sensor bar, and that's it.
But yeah, the true degeneracy is wearing no pants, but wearing a shirt and shoes.
Oh my god, yeah.
So we're not going with that. I'll deal with medium encumbrance, maybe.
Yeah, the muleback cords are kind of the opportunity cost of dumping strength.
Is that made after or before the rule change?
It was made before.
Okay. That's what I thought.
I can just drop a first level spell on Ant Hall. I even had a first level spell left when we were out of the arena.
Oh shit.
Yeah, would Fernix have even been able to carry his gold back to the shop?
Well, no, that's why I have a horse.
Mhm.
Oh, I see a couple.
But I can't-
behind you.
Yes, big boy. Oh, there he goes.
He finally puts it down and says, "Well, I generally don't make these kinds of decisions, but I will make the trade. And if the boss has a problem with it, we know where to find you.
He could arm wrestle it back.
I don't think you'll see him coming." So,
All right. Very cool.
Did I ever-
Barry, you know, Barry, if you just want to add that into your inventory,
The Ring of Sustenance?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Thank you.
I love that you're trying to pick a fight with somebody who could kill you in one punch. I love it.
Yeah, did I ever find the clip of Skip's like body slamming Rigby through the table in the arm wrestling match?
Yep. 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 That was a fun episode.
As for me, I don't quite have the funds right now, but there are 4 magic items that you presented that I am very interested in, namely the Ring of Maniacal Devices, the Mummer's Ruff, the Mask of the Cursed Eye, and the Spectacles of Lip Reading. If you could keep those on in a separate section for me, and I can come back and purchase those in a few days' time. If you don't hear from me...
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
If you're just looking for the disabled device buff, there's a way cheaper way of getting that same amount.
What is it?
Fair enough.
I mean, the cost for a +5 enhancement bonus tier skill is like, I think it's like 2,000, 2,500 maybe.
Well, it's not just the disabled device I was looking at, but
And the traps.
I was thinking of getting into craft traps in the next level, so...
You can get that with some background skills, though.
Fair. Yeah, true.
Anyway, I'm not metagaming.
Yeah,
Just
it's
suggesting.
all good.
Oh, I forgot to mention, Barry, how will you be paying for this ring?
You'll see in a moment.
Maybe
I'll
with a
see
nice
it on-
hammer
With an...
that he found.
Guys, I'm gonna get it appraised this session, I promise. Not appraised, identified.
It's already been identified.
Yeah, I
believe.
thought we
Oh,
identified
has it
it.
been?
Yeah. I think
If you can read the
Fernix
description
did
of your
it, like
inventory.
standing in the courtyard outside of the gauntlet entrance.
Yeah,
It's not on
Barry
my
was
sheet.
holding it up. Well, it should be on someone's.
I did think we got that. Or it's on the caravan. The Vardo?
It's not on my sheet.
It might be in the Vardo, actually.
Because I don't
Shield
recall
splitter?
anyone-
Yep.
This.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, impact
I
is
don't-
like insane to have.
I was like, I don't think we have an abundance of magic hammers.
I mean, Garugamesh, if you want it, you can have it. I don't mind.
Alright.
Okay.
Yeah, impact means it counts as one size higher for the purposes of damaging. So it's got the damage of a large warhammer. Does it? Is already so? Yes. Yeah. So if you were looking for the 2d6, it would basically be the same damage and the crit range as your current hammer, except it would be one-handed, so you could have a shield if you wanted, and it does not have reach.
Yeah, it just
Yeah,
doesn't have reach.
I would much prefer that to my current hammer. And can we say I put this the silver on this hammer instead?
As long as the thing is made out of steel, which I believe it is, yeah, it's fine.
Augers. All right, guys, it's been a pretty good session. I got a new weapon. I know Joel's got to work. Were we wanting to wrap it up?
Sounds good.
Yeah, better close it out for the day.
Hold on, I want to do about 3 hours of roleplay first.
All
Well,
right.
that's what we're
We
here
got
for.
A quick 3-hour session
time.
of
I
one
would be
scene.
able to put certain things aside, but if the sun rises this coming Earth Day, and you have not arrived to purchase them, they will most likely be moving on downriver.
Yeah, just assume by then I'm not buying them.
Very good.
Did Pathfinder
I'm
change
done
the
here.
Ring of Sustenance?
I think so. I think they changed that they added the attunement thing, and it's
Yeah.
only on that. And I think the
Well, I know that
stat
the
increase items.
I know that the 3.5 still had attunement, but it was like a day. It was minor.
No, they didn't.
Really? Oh.
If you go team cleric, you could hot swap the headband around as long as everyone didn't have to prep their spells at the same time, and they could all get the bonus slots for just having one wisdom bonus headband.
The thing I was
If you were
talking
cheesy as
about-
fuck, I
the thing
never
was
heard of
talking
anyone
about
actually.
mostly is that it says the wearer only needs 2 hours of sleep per day to gain the benefit of 8 hours. I swear the earlier rings of sustenance, you just didn't need to sleep at all.
No, you did need at least 2 hours.
Hmm.
Elves, I think, probably got away with not sleeping at all because it reduced the time.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
And why would you not be an elf mage in 3.5? Are you kidding me? Free spell penetration. Come on. What are we doing here? Are we throwing our spell slots away?
You know, I'm very excited to get to have to deal with SR.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I seriously considered picking up a penetrating metamagic rod, but I was like, you know what?
How much is
We
that?
haven't had anything. 3,000
Oh, that's
for,
not bad.
for 3 plus 5s a day versus spell resistance. Which I'm like, but at the same time, I cast a lot of buff spells, so I was like, if I'm getting close enough to like try to bestow curse on something, I'll just deal with the spell resistance at that point.
I think you
Get
might
desperate,
have interest in picking it up.
maybe. I found something just as good.
Okay.
Promise.
Okay.
Especially now that I'll be apparently spending an extend slot on Ant Hall. So I can have the privilege of carrying my gear around.
Quick couple questions. How much can I sell the Dwarven Longhammer for? I was going to add it to the party fund and the Vardo.
Half its basically half its value.
I thought it was like we changed it to be like 75%.
If he makes the right checks, yes, but those checks are much harder to get. But you can always be guaranteed 50%.
Okay, how do I make the checks?
It is a diplomacy check.
All right, I'm not going to make that check.
Yep. I was gonna say because
Can
if
you
you fail
use-
it pretty badly, they'll actually offer you less.
Can you use magic rods with scrolls?
Okay.
Don't think so.
No, I think
Does-
it's only
No.
that you can cast.
So
Yeah,
does
that one's...
It's 2370 or 2370. Does that sound right for the value of the Longhammer?
Yeah. Plus one weapon is 2,000 plus 300 plus the spells or the weapon's value.
Okay. And then technical question. I was using my full attack with the shield breaker and it was only attacking once. I wasn't sure why it was doing that.
Is that... Are you attacking as a, like, pressing the attack button in the inventory section or the combat section?
The inventory, but when I
Okay,
do
so
it
if
with
you go into
bump-
the...
You have to
Go-
create an
go-
attack first.
Yeah. Go to the weapon, right-click it, go to Details, and then there should be a
Mhm.
button that says Create Attack. If you go down,
Mhm.
press that Create Attack button,
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay.
then go to your combat section, and then try again.
It's still only did it once.
Set up correctly. It is not. That would be why.
Oh.
Okay.
Don't need extend on that at all.
There
It's
you
2
go.
hours a lot.
Now it's set up.
Okay.
There's that formula if you need it. Nope, good to go.
There we go. And then one other thing, because I'm totally inept at this game, is the Longhammer gets a +7 to its
Wield two-handed.
I don't know. It's like the damn. Oh, okay.
That'd be strength and a half, whereas one-handed it's just strength flat.
Mhm.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
And
I
that's-
kind of run into that when I'm setting up NPC characters. I'm like, why the fuck can't I get this? Oh, right.
Yeah, so if you right-click it, you can change the held for normal and two-handed in the attack details in the detail section. So if you don't have a shield,
Oh,
you
I
don't
see.
plan on using a shield, you can do that.
Yeah, I'll probably keep it one-handed so that way I can use both my claw attacks, because I had been only able to use one unless I had the ghost hand.
Theoretically, you can take your offhand on and off a weapon an infinite number of times in a single turn, to the point where you can do it so many times that you can break the sound barrier or the speed of light. But
limit on
All
free
the
actions.
NPCs.
Yeah.
Reasonable limit on free actions, unless we want the guy with quick draw dropping a million shurikens and making a wall around us. As
Can't
I just
imagine why
move with monk speed.
Mhm.
Flashes us.
We'll have to look at it later because
Not like
when
that.
I switch it to two-handed, it doesn't change the attack bonus.
You have to do that
or the
manually.
damage bonus. Okay.
You scroll down to the damage modifier and it'll change from strength 1 times to strength times 1.5.
Mm.
And then it does it.
But I think you can also do it if you press. Oh no, ignore that. So if you there's the use attack function that pops up whenever you click the attack button. You can do the damage ability there as well.
Oh, I see. Okay, that works. And I'm going to add 1,185 gold into the Vardo for the fund. And I end my turn.
All right, at the start of my turn, I draw 2 cards. Oh, wrong game. If you guys want, I can just briefly go over what Sven's buying. Don't need to roleplay too much of it.
Sure.
All right, Sven goes to the associated shops to get this, or churches, or whatever. It's
You're
quite a
gonna be
lot of
buying it
things.
from a lot of different fucking people, yeah.
Yeah, Sven's taking a while today. However, there is a separate list of the more expensive stuff that I would like to petition the party to help fund, because that part is more expensive. And also, there's one big investment that I think would be a good investment, but that definitely, that depends on if the party wants to fund it or not. So let's start with the big one. So, you can enchant ammunition, and you can give it some pretty good effects. If we are going against vampires and undead, we can get arrows of holy and bane. So, like, you can combine 2 things onto 1 arrow, essentially. And if you combine holy and bane, essentially what you have is arrows that bypass damage reduction for those creatures, have a +2 enhancement bonus, and deal an extra 4d6 damage against undead.
Assuming they're
Which
evil.
sounds... Yes. Yeah. So it would be arrows that do 46 damage on top of it, and have an extra +2 enhancement bonus, and bypass damage reduction. However, 50 arrows of this will be 18,000 gold. We do have a bunch of archers in the party, though, and we could split those arrows up, and that's a lot of damage that can be pumped out.
You could even just buy 5 for 1/10 of that price.
I said we buy 5.
Good.
Technically, I use bolts, so either I'd have to like shave those down, or
How dare you?
Yeah, I think both Dexius and
Such an asshole cat.
Fernix use bolts.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I have the crossbow. It's there. I'm at least not a terrible shot with it, but like, do I have precise shot? No.
So per
We're
arrow
not
or
using that
bolt,
anymore.
Okay.
per arrow or bolt, it would be 360 gold, which it might be worth picking up a couple of them, because that's really good damage, and it's good that it bypasses damage reduction.
I'm down to chip in. I just want to hear what else you have. You want buy-in from first.
Okay, so
And those arrows have the +1 enhancement on the bottom, right?
so for they would be a total of a +3 enhancement bonus, and then because they are because they are bane, they would count as +5.
They should be I think +4 because Holy's a +2.
And Bane is a +1.
Yeah,
No, Bane is
and then
+2.
they need +1 to accept any any special enchantment.
I'm
Yeah, Bane
looking
is-
at the page here, and it says Bane is +1.
Yeah, but you need a flat +1 enhancement bonus in order to have any of those.
Mhm.
Like, you can't just have a Masterwork Flaming Longsword, it has to be Masterwork +1, so it's 8k.
You mean Bane the spell or Bane the?
Bane the weapon enchantment.
Yeah,
Are we
that's
not talking about
definition.
With the
It's
same
+2.
ability as a spell. With the same
Yeah.
name as a spell.
It's +2. I'm looking at it right here.
Oh,
I mean,
Bane is
ammunition.
+2?
Ammunition special abilities. You gotta scroll down to there.
Is it? Okay, so it's not the regular one. It's specifically the ammunition one.
Yes.
Why would it be +2? Because it adds +2 to the enhancement, but only against one creature type. I'm like it.
I don't know what
I'm
to tell you.
convinced
It's
the FSP is messing up because I did see some odd stuff on there, but
Well, no,
I'm
Bane's thing is
like-
it counts as +2 above. So
yeah, it's a stacking +2.
because I'm pretty sure Holy is +2 for 2d6.
yes.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, because it applies to a wider spectrum, and then Bane is like that. No, that thing specifically,
No,
that
it's
thing
still,
needs to die.
it still says +2. I'm looking at the
Oh,
ammunition
God.
special abilities. It's +2.
Okay,
Yeah.
Are we looking at the same
Well-
site, D20 PFSRD?
Okay, let me take a screenshot.
I'll
Barry,
take a
why don't-
screenshot too.
why- Share your screen.
like I'm remembering, but I'm like I could remember wrong, or they could have changed it. I mean, hell, the item I was looking at, I was like, oh, this is 2 uses a day right now. I was thinking of a different item that you pour potions into, like it's some sort of a hungry plant.
That's not the bonus that the Bane gives. That's the bonus that it costs to add.
Yeah.
Then why would you?
Yes, that's what we're.
No.
So the
We're-
price is a +1
Are we
bonus.
really
Why is
arguing
the-
two different things? My fucking god.
The price is a
No.
+1 bonus,
No,
yes.
That's what we're
Yes.
talking about.
So it's a total of +4, is what the pricing is that you're basing it off of, and then
No,
a
I-
50th of that is the price per arrow or bolt.
Yeah, I
Which
thought we were talking
apparently
about the
can't-
actual bonus that it attacks, that it adds.
Yeah, no, we.
No.
We,
Oh my god.
It's a +3 more to hit, and +3 more to damage, assuming it's the thing that Bane's against, and then it adds 2d6 more on top of the another 2d6 from Bane. So it adds a big old chunk of damage. The caveat being they are one use, but at the same time they only cost like 300 something. So compared to my nuclear death arrow that could have just been saved against and wasted 1,000 that way. It's a more reasonable investment. You get 3 attack rolls instead of 1.
so anyway, that's the big boy investment that we as a party would have to put money into because that's a little pricey for just Sven to finance. Then there is so Sven has a big shopping list of stuff. The part of it that is more expensive, and all these things are going to the party, right? So this is communal. It's not just for him. So the expensive part of it is another Cure Light Wounds wand, 2 scrolls of heal, which is a 6th level spell. Yeah. Heal is the thing where.
And does anyone even have 110 HP?
I thought it was like 150.
It's
Maximum
110 at
150.
minimum.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it also cures a lot of conditions.
It does, but there's cheaper spells that can do most of those.
That's fair.
That's
agree.
why I'm like, I appreciate it. At the same time, I'm like, well,
I can take that out then. Like I said, I'm just going through this with you guys to hear what you think and like.
it does have a use offensively against undead specifically, and it doesn't have the safety net that harm does, where it's like, oh, it'll only reduce you to a D4 HP. No, if they fail to save, they could be straight up toast in one hit. But then I have to pull out a scroll and like go up and be like, here, let me.
Oh, but it is, even if they save, it's half damage instead of
Yeah.
full, which is a lot of damage.
55 straight to the face is nothing to sneeze at.
So, not a bad idea to keep those for both the duel of if we need to use them to heal or to use them offensively, because that is a lot of damage that's like guaranteed. So, something to think about. A wand of detect undead. I feel like we might get a lot of use out of that. 6 scrolls of searing light, and then searing light is a spell that is essentially a mega fuck you vampire spell. It basically does a ton of damage versus vampires. 4 potions of suppressed charms and compulsions, which would essentially give us big bonuses to our will saves. 2 scrolls of positive pulse greater, which would do undamage to undead in an area and then also give us like +8 to our saves. 1 scroll of undeath to death, which is essentially circle of death except for undead. And then 2 potions of channel vigor, which would give us a +6 to our will saves. And that list right there that I just said is about 13,000 gold, which I'm willing to have Sven pay for a lot of that, but having people chip in would also be very nice. But those things, I think, would really help us against the undead, or the vampires.
I can chip in like 100 gold at most, but I don't have a lot.
I kind of spent all my money.
That's fair.
Can channel vigor be done by a potion?
I think so. But I
If
think
it's,
you would have
It has to target 1 or more creatures or objects.
Well, I know there's some that don't work like that.
They have weird rules, but if you drink the potion right, then you're the only target. But whoever casts the potion, the spell in the potion, still is like a player, and they made all the decisions when they made the potion, how the potion's going to affect you. So, for example, Shield Other, I didn't think could be a potion. It turns out it totally can. Just normally it would be stupid to brew it, because it'd be like, here, let me sell you the Shield Other potion. And then you drink it, and you're not within close range of the caster, it just instantly dispels it. So you're like, well, but if I'm right there, and I'm like now, and then, yeah, it's where I'm like, oh, that actually seems like it could be kind of useful.
Yep.
Or I found a way.
Yeah. So channel vigor cannot be a potion because it has a range of personal.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it can be a scroll.
Yes.
Could be, but the duration on it is short enough that I don't think we would really get much use out of it.
Be 5 rounds.
Yeah, which...
And it's personal, so you'd need to be in a position where doing it on yourself would be a good thing.
I think there's better options, so I will just remove that. Alright.
Yeah.
But what do you guys think of the rest? I will copy and paste them into the chat. Just to go over it again. Another Cure Light Wounds wand, 2 scrolls of heal, a wand of Detect Undead, 6 scrolls of Searing Light, 4 potions of Suppressed Charms and Compulsions, and then a scroll of Undeath to Death, and 2 positive Pulse Greater Scrolls.
I'm down for all of these. I don't have any complaints, just it is a lot and it's very expensive.
Yeah, how much is this per person?
Sven has a lot of money. I'm willing to put a lot of this money into, like, from his funds and giving this to the party.
Yep. I would be the one activating most of these, so I do have to say it
a lot
might
of these
be good
actually
not.
Vic can also do. And
It
so
can
can Sven.
Well, yes, but what?
Yeah.
The main thing being they're physical objects that someone has to carry, right?
Hmm.
So, what's to stop, say, one of us getting dominated, and then we use the heal spell on something that's not the party, and then
Now
we
we're
go,
getting into
fuck.
hypotheticals.
Yeah.
That's why
Well,
we have-
I'm saying this because I have a way out of getting dominated for potentially one or two of us, but the factor in doing that can only really help one person at a time, and it's where I'm
So-
like it's kind of overkill. Also, I don't know, for all I know, it could be like, hey, you're never going to get in range to actually do a touch spell on me. And then heal is like, well, I can save one of us, I hope.
So that's where the rest of Sven's shopping list comes in. He's buying a lot of these straight from his own, giving it to the party as a resource. And it is a lot of protection stuff. It is a lot of scrolls that have longer durations. It is a lot of potions that we can drink right before a fight or right at the start of a fight. It is a lot of stuff. And this is just stuff that I'm just buying. We don't have to discuss it because it's a long list, and I think a discussion about it would take a long time. We can discuss it in between sessions. I'm going to post it here, and I'm going to quickly read through it. But again, it's a lot of stuff, and I don't really want to go over what every single spell does. But there is a lot of stuff that will be protecting us from Dominate and Fear. That should hopefully make that less of a problem. So, some scrolls of guidance, some potions of guidance, some resistance scrolls, some resistance potions, protection from evil potions, hide from undead scrolls and hide from undead potions, aspect of the nightingale potions, right at the center mind scrolls, consecrate scrolls, life shield scrolls, remove fear scrolls, swallow your fear scrolls, and then for Sven he's getting some tap inner beauty, eagle splendor, and owl's wisdom scrolls. And the owl's wisdom can also go to Fernix to increase the saves on his stuff. It is a lot of stuff, but this
I do have
requires a lot of preparation and a lot of protection if we're going to go into it.
Several of those, several of those potions aren't going to work because they're personal.
I do have a +2 headband as well, so I still, another +1 is never a bad thing, but
yeah.
but
All right, I'll have to go through these and check which ones are personal, which ones aren't.
the one question
Really?
that I had
Aspect of
is,
the Nightingale can't be a potion?
Correct.
That's weird.
if it's personal, then I guess
Has
not.
to be a scroll.
Yeah,
Which I already have
Or
2
one.
scrolls of Hide Undead and 1 of Aspect of the Nightingale, so I don't know if
I really wish you could order like piecemeal wands that are just like one use, just one. Come on, it's already more expensive than a scroll. Just
Yeah.
give me a little tiny toothpick and let the magic work that way.
All right.
What my one question for everybody is: does anyone have any spells that do ice damage or cold
I do.
damage?
No.
I do.
Nice. Well, then I've got the item to pass around to the party for you.
I mean, my hammer does cold damage.
I have cold resistance.
Ah,
He's
That
barbarian.
would-
He can't cast anything.
My-
Fucking bullshitting you.
my mortal enemy. Yeah. Well, I did get a few things. I got a one item that led to another item. I got a sipping jacket. Lets me pour a potion in. That's and only incredibly specific potions will work with this, but then I can split it up with rounds per level, just spending a swift action every time I want to activate it for a round, or I can just sip it real quick. And then I got a couple of meta magic rods and a couple things I want to keep a surprise, because I think you'll see why.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But,
is anyone able to contribute to the to any of this?
I can throw. How I have 900 gold. How much do you want?
I have
Whatever
400.
helps.
I have 487. It's all yours.
I'm donating $100.
I've got. Well, I mean, we'll need to rework some of it.
Or
Um,
100 GP.
So I think the Cure Light Wounds wand, very much we're gonna need. I think the heal scrolls are a little sketchy. Detect Undead, probably not gonna be helpful because I have at will detect evil from multiple sources.
Oh, okay. We can get rid of that.
Yeah. Hide from Undead is a nice, cheap option because there's no save.
I have
So-
two of
Unless
those
they're
already.
sentient.
Yeah. Well, if they're sentient, then I'm like, well, it's like expecting Sanctuary to work.
Yeah.
It never does, but it's a nice little bit of a stopgap where you're like, oh, you might not see me, might fuck up, and then I'll fuck you up because they can't hear you either. Then the heal scroll could come in clutch, but you know. The one thing I'm wondering about for Hide from Undead is it's an abjuration spell and it says the effect breaks if anyone casts or attacks or whatever. But can we do that and then cast Hide from Undead again?
Yeah.
Theoretically, yeah.
Because now it's a new spell, and as long as it's until the attack. The mass invisibility on the party versus zombies is a good thing if that comes up. For like barely any money. You little.
Well, you'd have
or
to
a
get the
first
scroll
slot.
at a higher level then. Because it's only
We'll
one creature per level.
I will say a
I
lot of
think
this
so.
stuff is surprisingly cheap. Like
Silly.
like first level scrolls are 25 gold each, which is super cheap.
Yeah. I did pick up 10 scrolls of Obscuring Mist. I'll add that in. Which is unfortunately, Joel, Obscuring Mist is the mortal enemy of sneak attack.
Damn.
But I'm not intending to use them in combat, hopefully. But at the same time, unless undead or vampires can see through mist, then it might be a way to avoid everyone getting dominated in a bad situation.
Fair enough. I did buy some smoke sticks, and that does affect obscuring mist. I don't know if you'd want that, but
Oh no, that's fine.
okay.
I'm also.
But I was just gonna say all it does is make it so that it can't be dispersed by fire. That's all it does. Continue.
I'm also like slightly hesitant about the greater positive pulse because it's really not that much damage, and channel negative energy or channel positive energy to damage for Fernix is the same amount of damage, and it doesn't cost
Yes,
several hundred gold.
However, the greater one gives you a +8 on saving throws.
To resist death effects, energy drain, negative energy, and effects directly caused by haunts.
Yeah, I think Death Ward is maybe 4th level, which is expensive, but it's a
They do have negative level stuff though.
yes. We're just oof. You
But that-
little.
Would that even help there? Wouldn't negative levels be something different?
Well, because
Yeah, I guess that is one thing. We're having the
And the-
rules time discussion. So how are negative levels working?
And that would also only
Like-
last for one round. So
Death Ward is one creature.
no, I mean,
Oh, okay.
positive pulse would only last for one round,
And yeah,
even
and
if
Death Ward,
that bonus. Yeah,
if it undoes negative levels, then that's pretty handy.
it
Because
does
Death
not.
Ward. Oh, okay. Yeah, Death Ward totally doesn't, but it is like, hey, you're probably not going to fail this save. I hope.
that's fair.
Oh, it just makes you immune to them. Yeah. Which is it's an expensive 4th level slot, but
Importantly, though, Vic or Land, it is something that Vic can cast. Positive pulse,
Yeah, I can
It
cast a
is-
lot of these.
and it is a very good AOE damage spell versus undead for an Inquisitor, right?
I
Against
guess,
trap.
but to be fair, I can also do enough damage without. I can do more than 3d6 pretty regularly with every single attack.
Okay, we can get rid of that one too.
I do think buying a handful of arrows definitely is like it's a really cost-effective option. I saw people do a lot.
So they would be at +4, right?
Yeah. And then divided by 50 to make it easy.
Yep.
So, and do they really have to already be +1 if it's ammunition?
Yeah.
And you're
The
sure
archer
that's not
tax.
the +1 masterwork? It has to be +1 magic.
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh, well, it has to be masterwork ammunition too.
Okay.
Yes.
So-
Yeah.
They never stop charging you more. But it's the price that you pay for being, the best character in the game.
Yeah.
Just able to waste people with full attacks before they can even do anything.
Because it costs. Requires a masterwork before you can make it a +1. And it requires a +1 before you can add any other enhancement bonuses on top of it.
So
And it also requires a +1 if you're adding any gold-only enhancements on it, which is the annoying one.
the reason for it being the bow can hold up to 10 enhancement points, and then the arrow can also hold up to 10 enhancement points, or can add on a total of 9 more, meaning you get 19 possible things that can go on your attack versus every other person being stuck with, well, I have just one weapon, and you're like, that's nice.
But to be fair, only 5 of them can be actual attack and damage. Technically. If you really feel like stacking on a bunch of different enhancement bonus effects, then yeah. And have like hundreds of thousands of gold to spare on every single attack.
If you can manage it, it's very scary.
Mhm.
But still,
I guess the question is it worth it for
very silly.
650 gold per arrow to deal 46, and it's a +6 ammo?
Depends on if they hit.
Yeah. With a +6 enhancement bonus against them, that's +6 to hit and +6 damage, right?
Maybe +3.
It'd be, yeah, just +3.
So
but
if it's a +4 weapon or ammunition, right?
The
But
cost of the
that's
enhancement
the
bonus.
cost.
Yeah. The cost of the enhancement bonus doesn't actually apply to the attack bonus. It's just a +1 enhancement, ability is effectively the cost of adding another +1 on top of the item. But it doesn't actually include the +1 enhancement bonus. So all it would be is the 1 from the enhancement bonus required to actually enhance the weapons, and then the other 2 from the Bane.
It's just confusing as fuck.
Which also
yeah.
doesn't stack with your bow. So if anyone has a +1 bow, then that would not stack. It would just be the +3.
The Bane property goes on top of the highest enhancement bonus between the two. So say if you have a +1 bow, you can totally, I think +5 arrows are just 1 slot higher. Yeah, just 1/50th of the cost of that, and you're like, hey, cool, it's like I'm a 20th level character, except I suck, except this arrow doesn't suck. So suddenly the archer doesn't have to deal with being like, oh, I can't do quite as much damage per hit as everyone else. Guess what, motherfucker? If I throw money at the problem, yes, I can. And I'll hit more often, too.
Yeah.
I think it might be worth it to give 1 arrow to everyone who can use them.
I'd pass. I may have some weird stuff to do on my turn, but I don't have confidence in me being able to hit with a range attack. If I'm buffed up, sure, but I'm probably going to be doing other stuff.
Sven could hit. Daxius could hit.
At some point, though, it might not be a bad option.
Yeah, I might just hold off on it. Alright. Okay. I think that's everything then. I'll go through this and take out the things that are personal. And then get back to you guys with exactly what all we will have. But Sven is willing to spend a lot of money on this stuff just to get us geared up.
Yeah, I've got some cash left over that I can also contribute.
How
I've
much
got a
are
bit
you
extra.
contribute?
Well, if we, I think the also the thing to mention is even if we got all of these things, realistically, how many of them would we be able to use? Because the Cure Light Wounds wand, obviously, we're gonna need. But like with that many, like action economy is limited, and with like what 13 different things that we would have to potentially use, relying also on positioning and opportunity.
Yeah. A lot
It seems like a
main thing
lot.
is- my main thing is like the heal spell is a nice touch, but it's more healing than anyone in the party can take, even if they're like 1 hit point away from dying. And also, it's a touch spell, and vampires can do gaseous form. So,
Oh, is it?
Yes.
which
yeah.
I love it being a touch spell, because then if you whiff it, you can go for another swing, and so it's way less worthless than say a ray missing, and then you're like, fuck this. I hate disintegrate.
Until you
That
get
shit
Pin
never
Slap
works.
and drop concentration.
Monks taking specialized feats so they can deflect rays like a fucking Kenshiro.
Importantly, though, if the benefit of this is even if it heals more than we have, it still can heal somebody in 1 turn.
Yeah, just I'm like, the idea of using it offensively is I'm like, I can reach somebody in the air possibly, but I think I'm the only one that can with the touch spell.
I would
And
say
even
that
then, that's not a guarantee. It's like, if she's faster than me, I can't do anything about that. I can slowly like jog up to her and try to touch.
I would honestly say probably at the very least cut the scrolls in half
Yeah,
before I
let's
would be inclined to spend that much money.
let's do 1 heal scroll at least.
Also, wouldn't the Circle of Death or the Undeath to Death be more expensive than that, because you also have to pay for the 500 gold worth of diamond powder?
I think I included that, but I might.
Maybe you did. I don't have the drop down and stuff pulled up in front of me.
Let's see here.
So I wanted to do all this stuff between sessions.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know why we didn't.
Yeah, I did include it.
Okay.
No, I guess I'm assuming everyone was just busy or something.
I mean,
I didn't think this discussion would take a while, but that's my bad.
you should always add about an hour and a half to any discussion time that you expect from this group, minimum.
Fucking seriously.
All right.
In game, I go to the man and I give him a pint of my blood, and then I thank him, and I pay him 2,050 gold.
Also, I think Undeath to Death is probably not even going to be. There's a pretty good chance we're not going to hit that hit dice.
Well, it's
Yeah,
not.
the main thing is I'm like, well, I don't know what we're going up against. I assume there are other undead, but what if there aren't?
The Undeath to Death would mostly just be for getting rid of chaff. Like, if
Yeah.
there's a ton of small stuff, then that will really save our asses, because we don't have much AoE.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't put all your eggs in one basket,
That's why I'm
especially
getting a lot of
assuming
stuff.
I'm the guy that got dominated last time. What if that happens again? And then the vampire's like, hey,
That's why-
you should go ask Vic to give you the heal scroll. Hey, you should go over here and heal my guy that your guys fucked up with your heal scrolls that you told me that you have.
That's why I have so many different things for
I know.
redundancies.
I'm
Because
just-
that was my thought process, was like, we don't want to have this all on one person. We want to have this on multiple people and like multiple defenses at once.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we'll probably be okay, unless we're not. But that's the good part, right?
Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We can move on past this, and we can finish discussion about it later.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be fighting anything vampire-wise today, so we can just split another session.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask.
I do want to start preparing for it.
Mm-hmm.
If there are specific potions brewed, if I can be clued in on that, because I have plans involving making them vapes.
My God.
Yeah, it's a cherry cola healing cloud.
Oh.
So I've had this for a while, but you know how in Baldur's Gate 3 you can just wing a potion at somebody and then
Beat
it
'em right
like
in the head.
kills them because
Yep.
apparently you splash it directly on their face. There was already a feat for that in Pathfinder apparently, where you can just wing a potion at somebody and it turns into a vapor cloud that they can inhale.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you can literally bean somebody in the side of the head with a healing potion and heal them with it.
Yeah, you heal
technically-
14 health points, and you
But-
take
Yeah.
6 points of damage as the glass shards go into your eye.
Yeah, technically you can
anyway.
also like put the healing potions on a fiery surface and have them act as a cloud and heal everybody in the area, which is absurd that they even set that up. But we're off topic.
There's a one use item that does a different thing that's similar. This one specifically though, it's like a splash weapon, but for splash weapons you only have to hit AC 10, which is their square. And that's the way that I'm going to do some fucked up things with potions eventually, but not right now. Because I don't think that throwing Bestow Curse at somebody like that is okay. I think it's kind of fucked up, but we'll see.
I would be much more inclined to, I feel like a scroll paste or something thrown in there as well would be very good, rather than dumping everything into just like vampire specific stuff. Because in that case, even if we don't use everything, it'll still be like we can use it later, rather than all of us spend like several thousand gold on one encounter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Probably stuff that we can like build off of and have stuff for later.
Like
I'm
this, like the stuff
Don't
that
get me
helps
wrong.
with just general saves, that is fine. But like spending this much money on just like stuff specifically to target undead, when this is like one of the only times that we've ever had to deal with undead across the entire campaign, seems maybe too
Other
much.
times.
I mean, there's that Lich King we could go awaken.
Yeah, let's go do that.
That sounds like a great idea.
I can always
I want to
fix
go do that. That sounds. That
If
sounds.
I'm hearing a
like
complaint.
fun.
I can take that into account and start making
Listen.
some things.
Yeah, we're gonna start writing letters.
I've had at least a little bit of anti-undead stuff for since session 1 and it's never come up. But hide from undead definitely won't work on the Lich. Unless
That's okay.
some weird shit has happened.
I don't know. Some weird shit could happen.
If
yeah.
he's mindless, then okay. Then
Be
we
kind of-
luck out and we can leave.
Be a very strange witch or a lich to be both a master of the arcane arts and also completely brain dead. But I guess it could
Not
happen.
Relatable.
like that.
Relatable.
But yeah, I think this list needs to be reworked slightly. I'm willing to give a pretty decent amount. I think I could probably easily spare about 1,800 gold because that's about all I have. But that's most of what I have. But I think we would need to talk about these potions and scrolls.
Yeah.
I'm willing to push in as well, and also I can make scrolls and potions, so if any of that's on like the cleric list that's 4th level or lower, let me know and I can at least swing some of the cost on that.
Awesome.
If I can prep it, I'm gonna make it. And even if not, then I'm gonna be like, hey, can I like borrow you for a second and just have you stare at this piece of paper while I doodle real quick? Okay, thanks. Here's money. Because yeah, that was the other thing too. We can make scrolls and potions out of all of your spells, so that's a thing to think about. And wands.
You can
But
make
the
too.
wands are very expensive, and I don't usually go for those.
Fair.
But
Is there
yeah,
a way? Is there a way for me to cast bull strength on myself?
Ocean.
yes.
Potion, yeah.
Potion. Mhm.
Or if you put some points into use magic device, cast it from a scroll or a wand.
The wand is the easiest one. But even in the use magic device description, it's great. They're like, you just take the whatever it is and you just wiggle it around until it works or it blows up.
Oh. Well,
Yeah. Including if it's a scroll, apparently. So it's like, you don't know how to cast this, but you do something and it works.
Yeah, I've got a -1 in use magic device.
It's
You
charisma
do have
based.
to be trained.
Mhm. Yep,
All right.
potions are number one, or I hate to volunteer other people, but Sven can cast them and without a use magic device check. So if we're doing it
Yes.
like out of combat, that would last it, but it's minutes per level, I think. So you could just cast it before we walk into a room, get 3 minutes, and be covered.
Yeah.
Cast what spell?
Full strength.
Bull strength.
Oh yeah, no, he has that, and he has used it many times.
Yeah, but the
No,
scrolls
but it's
are
not-
don't require a spell slot.
Yeah. Well, retraining spells is going to take him a very long time.
I can make your bull strength into a potion or scroll. And because it's spontaneous, we could do it at the end of the day after you're like, I didn't use that spell slot. And I'm like hey, let's
much-
save it for later.
How much is it to make a potion of bull strength using Sven?
Make, I think it's
What?
150.
Well, for him, what level do you get second level spells at? Is it fourth? Because then that would-
That sounds
should-
right. He gets
I
slow
thi-
spell progression.
So then it's oh gosh. I was like, I have a second level potion on something, right?
So the second level potions are typically 300, but
he's
that's at the
fourth
base cast
class.
level.
So it's
So-
400.
Yes.
Okay.
Caster level 4 for second level spells 400.
So it costs 200 gold to preserve it in a jar and save it
And that-
for later.
yeah. That would also make it last an extra minute.
Ooh.
Which I'm sure that's going to be a real game changer.
All right,
I mean,
calculated everything. It is about 13,000 gold now.
So the other thing is, all of you spellcasting folks, I did grab a lesser extend meta magic rod. That is a free extend on any first to third level spell.
Very
So
good.
I'm not going to be using all of them. I have it I got it just so I wouldn't have to burn a third level slot on my one spell I have to cast every day. So I'm like, sure, fucking let's just throw them around, have fun with them.
Yeah, I could definitely use it for a couple. Probably things like Bless or Divine Favor, but
I can definitely use
let me
that
check.
to buff a lot of people with just bull strength for like
Yeah.
an absolute amount of time.
12 minutes. Or 14 minutes.
Yeah, 14 minutes.
I was like, if you have the ability to pick up bark skin, I think it's 10 minutes to level.
It is.
And so then it's like, here's hours of bark skin. I remember that being a fun thing as Druid, or I was just like, oh, it's not quite as good as this other spell, and then I'm like, oh wait, it's amazing. It lasts for so long.
Scales very well, and it lasts much longer than anything. So if you're not using your amulet slot for a natural armor amulet, then it's a
Alright.
very, very good one to have. Because I think it hits like +5 at level 11 or something. It's like it scales really
Yeah.
well.
It's a good thing to throw on Animal Companion.
Oh yeah.
that already might have a giant natural armor bonus.
Because it technically stacks with regular natural armor, but basically nothing that the PCs ever have has natural armor to be in.
Yes.
Because who wouldn't be confused by the difference between natural armor and an enhancement bonus to natural armor when it's never comes up, ever?
I think it's at some point I remember maybe it was a house rule, but we were like, just assume you have a natural armor of 0, because then Bark Skin just works on you, and it's just a good spell.
No, that's how it works.
Oh, good.
Any creatures without a natural armor bonus, that's like an animal or something, just has a natural armor of 0. That's the only reason that enhancement bonuses are able to work.
All right. So
right.
anyway,
Yes,
anyone
I
else?
was like, I was like, do we want to meet up? Or
We're talking to each other from across the city, so we've just got megaphones and we're walking around. Some of us are in the library getting yelled at.
I do want to ask Gray, just for the last aside for me anyway. What for my secret black project of the specific gold amount? Could I have given him that blood like last night and then show up in the morning to pick up the package?
Sure.
Cool. Sweet. We'll have done that. And I appreciate him for pulling the all-nighter.
We'll say that you're basically picking up in the afternoon, so then it kind of makes sense.
I guess if we're going through to talk about the stuff we bought, does anybody else want to go next, or? So I think Daxius is just watching us all spend our tens of thousands of gold.
Yeah, I'm just smoking cigarettes as I'm just watching people.
Yeah. We've all conveniently forgotten that we all made money and Daxius didn't.
Wherever Fernix's gold is stored, you just see the sack just steadily dwindle in like big chunks until there's just nothing.
Fernix, you want to go shopping with Sven?
I can't. I already did.
Oh. No, I meant.
Sure.
You want to have? Yeah.
How quickly the money goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dax is just sitting there like, man, if they were smart, they'd invest it.
Yeah,
that's
we have.
what Daxius would have.
If I crafted all that, I wouldn't need you guys. I just summon a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, we have
I just
nothing.
have all these pearls of power. Fuck you guys. I'll summon a party.
Yeah, we have nothing but a lot of time to wait around. That's the pace that we've been going at. Good time to invest. I'll go through my.
Holding.
We have a bag of holding.
Do we have proper?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who
Nick
has
has been
that?
carrying it for like a year and a half. We got it from the trolls we fought before we got to. I'm forgetting names, but it was one of the paths on the road. We fought some Ettins, I believe, the two-headed giant trolls. We got one from one of them, and that's what we've been using to carry a lot of stuff. It's in the Vardo. Technically, Vic is holding it. Technically, but it's in the Vardo for taking stuff in and out.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that shit's heavy. It's like 10 pounds or
Yep.
20 pounds. It's
It
it's
is
a considerable
15.
amount.
It is 15 pounds, yes. For the
Half
type
my
1.
carrying capacity.
Yeah, so I'll just go through my stuff real quick because I don't have a whole lot of crazy stuff. Enhance my buckler by another +1, so it's up to a +2 now. I put a natural armor enhancement bonus on the bracers to fit with the demoralized kit with all the fangs and stuff. I got a belt of giant strength, which means that Vic is technically the strongest member of the party.
Yeah.
And I also got the mark of the grinning skull, which basically just doubles the penalties for any shaken penalties that are directly against the Vic. So they still apply the regular -2 for everybody else, but for anybody who attacks Vic or against any of Vic's spells, it's a -4.
Where are you
Oh,
getting
Jesus.
those things enchanted, by the way?
The magical out of character enchantment service, because I don't know. If that's a problem, we can talk about it. I think
I
was
assumed
it.
that we like networked with the Valier Society or something, and they were like, "Go talk to this guy." So
10,000 each.
Yeah, but Sven's
No.
been using that guy.
The maximum was the belt at 4,000.
Yeah, that's something you can buy from Reese Black.
Yeah. So the natural armor bracers were 2,000. The belt was 4,000. The headband was 2,000. And the buckler increase would have been 3,000 to add the enhancement bonus to it. But that's it. I almost got a +2 natural armor enhancement bonus, but that would have been 8,000, which is a little bit too much for what I actually got out of it. So stick with the +1.
All right.
Greg, can I buy a belt of physical might?
What's the price on
I
that?
think that's 10,000 minimum.
It is 10,000 gold.
You're probably gonna have to purchase that in a larger city. Also, didn't you spend like every single cent that you have?
No,
I mean, I did.
I'm just chief.
Give me a d20. Don't roll low.
Stop letting Rudimus roll for things.
No.
Nope, it ain't here. You go
Damn.
to Reese, and he's like,
Oh, sorry, I forgot. I used my inspiration that I got from doing the recap
I'm not
today.
allowing that on this roll.
Did we get inspiration from doing the recap? I didn't think we did.
No, we do.
Yeah, from the
Okay.
recap you do.
Oh, okay. I think yeah.
This is BS. Gray's making me fail the roll all because I forgot to say I use inspiration.
No, I wouldn't have allowed you to use inspiration on this. This is basically like chance. That's something you can't influence.
This is so sad.
Alexa, play Despacito.
Fucking beat me to it.
Shut up, Alexa. Stop, Alexa, stop.
Why do you have an Alexa?
I forgot I had one.
You didn't know until now.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos actually put that directly in your room.
Yeah. Just I woke up one day, it was there. I don't know.
Well,
He wasn't getting enough
Alexa,
analytics from
stop.
Yeah, I just woke up in the middle of the night to see
Oh
this
my God.
opaque white gas pouring into the room, and then I felt really sleepy again, and I woke up and I had an Alexa.
Yeah, everything
Get
else
an Amazon
seemed
Prime
fine.
subscription.
Apparently, Alexa fart is a real command you can give it.
Oh
Is-
God.
Yeah.
I've done it.
Thanks for letting us know.
Well, how else am I supposed to become the strongest member of the Gatecrashers again if Vic has, a magic belt?
Just get rid of your magic. You don't need the dex bonus.
I do. The Dex doesn't Dex give bonus to some of my skills?
A couple of your
Yeah,
skills,
you're-
but it's a 1 bonus.
It does add to your AC and initiative, so I will say
If you're
it's not the worst thing in the world. Also, if you ever make a range attack, it is +1 to hit.
sort of, but it only applies to your AC if your armor class bonus or your armor check penalty allows it.
True.
And with the skills that you're using, you already have enough points in them that a 1 bonus from dexterity isn't really going to affect much.
It does
All
add
right.
1 to your reflex save.
That is correct. That is the one counterpoint that I will gladly point out. But I think your reflex saves are also fine, and your
yeah, I
will
was
saves
like-
are the ones that keep killing you.
Yeah, I was like, I think you've got good reflex save.
Alright. Is there anywhere I can trade the Belt of Incredible Dexterity for a Belt of Giant Strength?
Wait a minute. If you got just a belt of incredible dexterity lying around, I'll take that off your hands.
See, I knew someone would want it.
And you wouldn't be able to
Um,
trade it 1-to-1. You'd be able to trade it for half price, and then be able to pony up the other half to pay for the rest of it.
Alright, well, I'll just buy... I will buy another Belt of Incredible Strength at full price. And, Daxius. I will... Oh, wait, this is a Belt of Incredible Dexterity +2.
Yeah, the +2 is the minimum.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
they're all
246.
Alright, yeah, I will just subtract 4,000 gold and get a Belt of Incredible. For... my, Giant Strength.
Yep. Tiniest muse.
Yeah, that's who needs
Yeah.
the belt.
The memes are out and about.
Alright, I now have 20 strength.
I'm
Hey,
sorry, my
yo.
dog's really bothering me. I'll be right back.
All good. But now that we've got these, I think both you and Vic have gotten items that have changed your strength. So we have to we have to fix the graphic on the stream.
Yeah, well, technically the ability score is still at 18. It's just the belt. Because the belt is just an item. It doesn't even count as permanent until the next day anyway.
That's true.
Not that it really matters.
We can consider the belt of dexterity as party loot. I'm gonna put it in the Vardo.
Yeah, because I think we got it off. The belt of dexterity came from the Cetaphite, I believe.
Yeah, and I may or may not have never paid for it.
I don't
So
think you did.
I definitely didn't. So
You don't.
That was before we
have-
spent 4 hours arguing about how we should break down loot.
Yeah,
Mm.
and then we're like,
Honest-
we're not
yeah.
doing this again.
And that was on a Saturday as well. So it
Yeah.
wasn't like
Yeah.
we were ordering during a
It
session.
was. Mhm.
yeah, I broke
Free
out
bonus
Microsoft
turn.
Excel.
Yeah, Microsoft
We
Excel.
only, I mean, hey, look, we've improved so much. We've only spent the last 2 hours.
Oh
talking about
god.
fucking shit that I swear to God I thought we were gonna do between sessions, and here we are.
I want to
That's-
show off my stupid things I bought.
Um,
I'm not going to take responsibility for this. I did my shopping yesterday.
I
I'm
already
just-
just.
I will take
spent all my money.
responsibility for the arguing though,
Yeah.
because I do that a lot. So that part's my fault. But the shopping is not mine.
if we want to wrap up shopping, I've got one more inquiry.
Sure.
Can I pray for divine knowledge to know when my animal aspect mask might be coming?
You weren't told by the Druidess,
Oh, I'm
Um,
aware I wasn't told.
and you would assume it would take maybe at least a day or two. Let me bare minimum.
Oh. It's so easy to lose track of time in these sessions.
Yeah, I think you did that like yesterday morning in game
It had to.
Yep.
at 9
Yeah,
was it?
a.m. before the arena fight.
Uh, are we sure it wasn't on Wednesday?
Yes,
Nope,
it
it
was.
was
It was
definitely
yesterday.
Damn. All right.
I would happily
It's still
pay
morning
you
time.
today for or tomorrow for a fucking hamburger today.
Yeah, she just runs off with the money. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
What does a Druish person even need with that much gold?
Did you even pay her?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, you did fight the thing, right? Was that payment?
No, I had to pay a ton of gold in addition to
Oh.
that. And I tried to negotiate my way out of it.
Oh
And
yeah,
then,
and she
like-
hit him.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Yeah, he woke up at 9 a.m. to fight a pig and buy a mask, and then we went to the arena.
Sorry,
I
I'm
do
back.
the I do this lady's dirty work, killing this boar, and she still makes me pay her like 10,000 gold.
It was 3,000. And you tried to argue her to 1,800. Like, man.
Well,
come
you gotta
on.
you lowball so they can offer, so they can counter offer.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's not my fault if they get insulted.
My God, you're like. It's like it makes me think of like Eustace Bag. He's being like the fucking Satan's knocking down his door, and he's like, "What's your offer?"
We're gonna have to teach Gilgamesh the meaning of Christmas in a few months here.
That's it. I'm
What do
getting
you
him
mean I
out.
can't steal all the presents? They're right under the tree.
You know, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Okay, now that we finally got all the fucking accounting done, I think.
Wait,
Where
I've got a
were
little more.
we?
I think we're about to go to the library so that way I can check out, research Siegfried Ash's strength score.
I think that's gonna be in the library.
I just
Well,
want
well,
to.
That's where you go for answers.
I don't think they have books on current residents.
I just want to ask to make sure. Are we allowed to just enchant stuff, or do we have to wait?
Oh, you're handing your stuff over. I mean, you guys aren't going to be doing any fighting. For a
Yeah, no,
while
I'm saying
anyways,
because
right?
Lan just paid money to enchant stuff. That's what
Yeah,
I thought
his
was
gear
going
is
on.
going to be with them for at least a day. But you guys, I'm assuming you're not doing any fighting today.
No.
That was my
Well, it
assumption.
sounds like no.
One would hope.
PvP.
Isn't there like something going on tonight? The
Tarbaro carry.
Carol?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a game.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
And if you fight somebody, I'm pretty sure you'll go to prison. Yeah.
So you have to take me there first.
With my new belt of giant strength.
Yeah, you versus 20 guards and 2 captains. Yeah, no, I can see that going completely fine.
Sounds like a good time.
Technically, I can lift 400 pounds above my head now. I could use that to throw a man.
If we kill someone but we say we're really sorry and we pay the guards 40 gold, won't that be enough?
Yeah, what's the persuasion check for first degree murder?
I just want to see the city raise a militia against Garugamesh. I mean, it's like one of those like daydream fantasies where it's you against the world.
I
Just piss off
Garugamesh-
enough people, they send a fucking army after you.
I remember a game that I was in ending exactly like that.
Holy shit.
The barbarian went big and somehow his friend died and he just lost it and he went up against the town. Like a Godzilla.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that is an interesting way to TPK. I'm sure
This
the other
Godzilla
players
be-
probably wouldn't appreciate it.
But it
This
was. I'm pretty sure my character died too. But it wasn't his fault. It was
Is this Godzilla
collateral.
gonna? Sorry.
So,
Oh,
anyways,
okay.
I believe you guys had been at the library doing some research, and then you came back in order to rouse. I don't know. Did you come back to rouse Sven, or did you have to get him and then go to the library afterwards?
The session ended with us rousing Sven,
Okay.
Yeah.
and that was it.
That's what I thought, but I want to make sure. So, you guys managed to do the research that you wanted to do at least up until this point. You may still have a few more questions outstanding, but you finally roused Sven. You are all together as a group. What is it that you plan to do with the rest of your day?
I mean, I imagine a few of these hours are shopping.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with it's like maybe 2 in the afternoon now.
Perfectly reasonable.
I assume Fernix was like woke up and said hi and put on the coffee and meditated and then he was like, well, gotta go, have some people to see, bye, and just in and out the whole day.
Alright. Yeah, he's gone doing whatever it is he's doing. You're there for
Wait,
the
so-
library scenes helping people research, but you vanish right after that.
Can I pay a messenger some gold, some copper to go and ask the guy if it's ready yet?
Sure, that will probably cost you all of like 1 fucking copper. Hey kid,
Sweet.
why don't you go down to the corner store and ask them if they got the latest nudie magazine?
Yeah. Here, I'll give him 11 copper.
Probably the
For a
happiest
job
kid in
well
the fucking world. Is there a specific set amount of time it takes to do that?
Whatever the magic item creation cost is versus 2,050 gold.
Okay, so that's like,
I think
3
that's
hours?
1 day.
or is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's 1,000 gold per day.
Yeah, I think that was what we settled on.
Yeah.
It's been a minute. I'm sorry
Well,
that
I
I'm
think
not.
those are base rules. I don't think I changed those.
Oh. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
So
that's the one
then-
I was like, okay, so let's assume that they got that started yesterday before you all got pissed drunk.
I gave blood and then I drank. Yeah.
No problems with that whatsoever. No. Yeah, no, the Red Cross totally would be like, yeah, go get pissed drunk. There aren't any possible adverse consequences to that. He comes back and says it'll probably be done by the end of business day today, so maybe like 3 hours, and then you'll have it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So, in the sorry to interrupt. In the 1.5e document that you've got, it does say 2,000 gold a day, but with a crafting time DC, they can reduce the crafting time by either half or a quarter, depending on the DC.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, they roll pretty well, shockingly.
It's DC +5 to half the crafting time, and 10 +10 to quarter.
Yeah, that was a pretty decent roll for them. I'm not making up a character sheet for this fucking random enchant.
No worries.
That ain't fucking happening.
Why not?
Because I already have like 115 character sheets in this game already.
Yeah, but you'll get to go through the crafting rules and have to take the crafting feats, and maybe make sure to take any feats that bump your spellcraft modifier. It'll only take like 4 or 5 hours.
I reached into the ether and I was like, hello, incredibly specific man with incredibly specific feats. How are you doing today? Would you like to do this thing for me? At cost?
Yeah, that's more or less how it goes. But yeah, that was a pretty decent roll, so, in fact, the kid comes back and says, yeah, whatever it is you want, he says it's ready.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, alright, thank you. I go back in and just sit down at the table like I'm staring straight ahead, not processing the surroundings.
Alright.
I'm just like...
Okay.
Fernix is now wearing a much bigger kind of like bulky jacket.
Oh no, he's going for his midlife crisis.
Yeah, it is legitimately like slightly oversized, like a smoker's jacket.
All right.
It's a burgundy with a striped black and gold trim on the inside.
Oh god, he's from the 70s.
Well, it's leather.
It's those colors, so it doesn't show the tobacco, so the nicotine stains.
Yeah. Oh, canvas. Sorry, it's canvas.
Got a side pocket with a bunch of Quaaludes in them.
No, that's 80s.
Oh, my bad.
70s.
It's alchemy. Yeah, just some new stuff is in the apparel.
Right.
And yeah, it looks like he's just like zoned out.
So, you guys do your whirlwind hours of shopping. Sven and Vic spend a shocking amount of time yelling at each other over potions and scrolls, while Reese Black sits there looking at the two of you like, my god, either get married or leave.
This is the 4th time this week. Why are you still here?
You're scaring the customers.
The Siegfried Black surely knows we're all in the same party together.
What, Reese? Yeah, he probably fucking does. Well, fucking Ash does because he, keeps tabs on you because you fucking did crime in his town.
I did not do that.
Yeah, Reese Black just knows you because I think every single one of you has shopped there at least once. Pretty sure. So it is now
I did want to do an incredibly short scene between Fernix and Sven while they were out shopping.
Yep.
So, at some point between shops, just walking in the roads, Sven kind of strikes up a conversation and says, "So, Fernix, you know a lot about the divines, yes?"
Divines in what sense?
Just in general, you're a cleric, yes?
Well, last I checked, I did fall under that description.
And your god is of magic, yes?
Vase, yes.
Vase, yes.
I feel like I'm being quizzed. Is there someone watching us?
No, I'm curious. It's we don't talk too much.
Oh, right.
I was curious. How did you come to know so many things of magic and especially different realms? I feel like I understand why you know of divine things. You are a cleric after all, but why of different planes?
Well, I did read a lot of books. Is
Is that the trick?
well, some of them were in different languages, but there were some of the priests who would read out loud to us, and in whatever language it was. So it's very helpful to be able to at least have some idea of whatever sort of extraplanar thing you're calling, so that you have some idea of what it might do if you don't direct it.
You call these things in where was it? Is it school, a monastery? Where were you taught?
It was in oh, how can I be blanking on the name of my home city? Oh, it's been more than 20 years since I was there. The school was sort of like a college, but more of a religious bent. But yes, we basically just a very big sort of tower-shaped structure with a lot of rooms everywhere and a bunch of libraries. Just a shitload of books everywhere.
Sounds like a very interesting place.
I spent quite a few years there, and I read quite a number of them. And there's a lot of shit that happens to exist in realities that are not this one that happen to be pretty cool with just coming here and experiencing it.
Like
I kind of. Well, all sorts of things. Even like a devil or a demon, at least. Well, they're not exactly pleasant company, but it is interesting to have a perspective that you don't exactly share sometimes.
Well, I
So-
completely understand. I know a good bit about the Fae. It comes with a line of work. These creatures are very strange, and their morals are contradictory to what we would see as common sense or logic.
Right. I haven't spoken with many Fae myself, but there are various ways that one can correspond across the planes.
With
Mostly through sort of, I suppose with Fae it would be possible, yes. Sort of attuning oneself, and it's a lot of passing word back and forth, being able to summon things in the first place, and then suddenly everyone wants to be your pen pal.
Do you
effectively.
know how to speak with Fae in this way?
I don't know Sylvan, unfortunately. It didn't really appeal to me. But yes, I did go over at least a number of things involving their plane of existence. So I wouldn't be out of sorts if we happen to end up there. Just
Very interesting.
right. The main thing is summoning. It does go both ways. You understand? I mean, you've talked with druids, right?
I've met with druids before, but talk is a very generous way of describing it.
Well, druids normally they summon a special sort of animal. It's like an animal that's real, but it doesn't really exist. It's kind of like that. Those animals don't exist in our reality, but they're in another reality. But they're still a real animal that you can talk and communicate with and establish a relationship with. And I was like, well, that's pretty neat, especially considering at the beginning you can kind of just call them up and say hi, and then they're gone.
You know, I would be very interested if you were able to learn how to communicate with Fae. It's there are some people I think I would like to talk to at some point. If this is something that you know, I'm not much of a researching person myself. My place is not in the libraries. I read slowly and I am big. But if you could look into such a thing, I'd be very grateful if you perhaps learn to do such things at some point.
Well, certainly. I think I know of a ritual that would be able to call one, a specific one, of course. So, certainly. if there was, well, I suppose if there's any other details you want to let me know, certainly. But yes, I think a tongue spell would effectively let us communicate for a little while anyway. I think a lot of Fae know most of the common tongues, though. At least the ones that enjoy fucking with people, which is... I can't really think of a Fae that doesn't fall under that description.
The one that I know of, they know common. It's a matter of contacting them, I suppose.
Hmm.
I don't know very much on it. I wish I could help you more. But
Well, not at all. I'll see if I can. Let me just think about writing that down real quick. Okay. Yes. I'll look into whatever kinds of offerings Faye might like, and it might cost some money, but we could certainly do that.
we'll talk more on it over drinks.
Yes. I don't have a watch. I didn't waste money on that, but I do have to go and make sure that someone else didn't run off with any of my money. Just it hasn't happened yet, but I can't help but feel paranoid. So I'll see you in a few hours, hopefully.
Sure enough.
Or
I like to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, this was after the interaction.
Oh,
No, you hang up.
I
No, you
sprint
hang
off.
up.
Okay. Well, I like to imagine that Fernix is the first to know the stuff that Sven is buying, and like the reason why he had Fernix along is to like look over what potions and spells might be best to buy for the party. So it's kind of like Sven is Fernix's sugar daddy for the day, but it, you know.
Interesting.
I will at least say,
party.
in character, I appreciate being willing to put forth a fair amount, but don't go overboard on this, and definitely
sure
get something for yourself.
I'm sure you'll find a way to repay me.
I'll do my best to try.
Rumesh pops
didn't
out of
see it.
nowhere.
You didn't see it, but I did an exaggerated wink with that.
Oh,
That is
yeah,
that is a
sorry.
very skewed understanding of what a sugar daddy is. It's like Fernix is the sugar daddy, but Sven pays all the money and also gets all of the rewards.
Yes.
Don't kink shame.
I'm not kink shaming. I think it's. Never mind.
Anyway,
Goals?
that was the session, or the
Goals.
little side thing I wanted to do.
That was the session.
That was the session, boys. It's all the roleplay we're getting. So back to buying stuff. So I was thinking of right of that. No.
Let's argue more about how we're going to spend our money.
Let's not.
Let's get into the details. How did you spend your money, and how can I nitpick it and tell you that
I
it was
spent
wrong?
my money at the Narrows Trade House.
Oh.
I spent my money on helping the party.
I spent it on drugs and alcohol.
Hmm.
Didn't have any money to spend.
So it's sorry, huh?
I'm assuming that we had some sort of established meeting place, so, like, upon realizing that he actually doesn't have anything to do, Fernix just sits there and, like, taps his foot, and then taps his hand, and then is, like, just staring, like, oh god, I just have to wait.
Well, it just so happens you'd be waiting with me because I'm not doing fuck all else. Oh god, the worst person to have time alone with, I know.
How long has Taxius been there?
As long... ever since you guys split off and went shopping, he just went to that place and just started reading his book, which, how far am I through that?
You gotta be at least halfway by now.
I'm hoping so. I'm still chipping through it.
I might have some tricks to share with you, but probably not this session.
Yeah, I'm not far enough through to get anything useful, but...
Yeah, a lot of what you've read so far is like it's stuff that you're maybe like not intimately familiar with, but like because you've had somewhat of an education. I don't think that necessarily bent into like the actual arcane instruction.
Mhm.
But I think you have enough of an education that you have a baseline expectation of what spell knowledge is, and because your own magic casting abilities that sort of pile on top of it. So a lot of this is kind of familiar, but you're getting things here and there where it's like, oh, I didn't realize I could use that for this one specific thing, or, you know, just like imaginative uses of what you already know.
Right. Okay. At this rate, do I have like any indication of like, is this gonna take like another week to power through?
Maybe not that long, and it's not even necessarily that the book's really fucking long. It's like reading a textbook. And, you know, well, you remember being in school. How much did you fucking like reading through, you know, your fucking science textbook? Like, how long did it take you to get through that? Yeah.
I didn't read through it. I fucking hated textbooks.
Yeah.
So this is painful for Dexus.
So it's not even like you're getting through it, but it's like you read like a couple of paragraphs and you're like, oh, fuck me, I need to look away and do something else for like a few seconds.
Yeah, fair enough.
Reading the same paragraph over and over again.
It's like, what the fuck? I don't even know what this word means. Oh.
What the fuck is a kilometer?
Oh,
What the fuck is a kilometer?
So, I guess what ends up happening? Like, what happens once you guys are done with your shopping for the day? I know there were a few like questions outstanding, and I believe Vic, I don't know if anybody else expressed any kind of interest of speaking with Leitfrid before you. Yes, meow. Yes, Sven. I know. I hear.
Oh, is that the dwarf?
It's the frost giant, I believe.
The giant,
Oh, the frost giant.
yes.
Oh.
I wanted to talk with him too.
Yeah, I wanted to find that guy and possibly talk to the Chancellor or whoever else was running the arena.
Yeah, that'll be the.
Younger.
Well, I don't think Chancellor was running it. I think he was like just there to keep all the magic shit in check.
Yeah, it was Julian Younger.
Yeah, Julian Junger was the
Julian Younger.
The
Probably
mayor
should
was the one
talk to that arena
officiating
guy.
everything, but I think you guys are smart enough to know that he is not in charge of fucking anything.
So Younger would be the one to talk to.
Either that or Keira Hornblower, who is the head priestess at the Red Temple, considering that their order runs the arena.
I think since we haven't established a connection with her, it might be better to start there, at least for my own thing. Actually, I guess if we're all gathered up, I kind of actually explain what the hell I'm talking about. So, I'm rather disappointed in the leadership at the moment for allowing these revenants to be dragged back all the way here from the Gravelands. I don't necessarily intend to push my weight around, but I would like to figure out how they came across and the reasons why they kept them.
Well, welcome formally to the Disappointed with Your Government group. I'm your host.
This is not the first time that I've had to deal with something like this.
I admit I'm not as up to date on current events as I should be, especially involving undead.
These were men taken from one of the more recent expeditions up to the Gravelands. So, essentially, they sent the soldiers up there to die, let them be raised back from the dead by whatever unfortunate magics inhabiting that lands, and brought them back for entertainment.
Yeah,
Yes.
I didn't want to say anything. I think the guy that talked to us after that fight said enough, but I'm glad I'm not the only one who was deeply disturbed by that.
I'm just so disappointed. No.
They love to complain whenever I pick them up and they're doing something they're not supposed to do.
Pocket Cat is just like climbing up the sides of our heads, jumping around.
No, stay down.
Just climbing up your face. Aw, you.
Yeah. Hopefully my DR protects me against this. Yeah,
That's true.
So, I know that Keira Hornblower was one of the ones that we had spoken to before, and given her part in managing the Red Temple, it might be best to start there. Be happy for you all to join me if you wish to lay that sort of thing to rest, but if you all have other business.
I'm not doing much else. I'm happy to help out, but I'm
I'll be
not.
there.
I'm not exactly friendly with religious folk. Sometimes, depending. I mean, I was in this city like a year before you guys showed up. The Red Temple and I have some friction, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
I don't imagine that's going to be relevant. I don't think if we were going under there for positive advice, that might be a problem, but I think disappointment is the theme of the evening.
Seems to be.
Well, oh, I'm not good at this. Also, I feel like I've just run around and done more shit than I've done in the last several months, all in the last, how many hours has it been? Never mind. It's not important. But, I would like to go first and, introduce you all to somebody who will hopefully be spending some time with the rest of us. New friend.
Well, I don't,
Oh god, he got the leadership perk.
Yeah, let's give it to everybody.
Yeah, full
be,
party
fucking-
with leadership perks.
And by
Okay,
friend,
shit's
I mean cheerleading squad.
Even better.
Well, I don't think we're on any particular schedule this morning. It'd be good to see what you've got cooked up.
Yeah, bring him out. Let's see what's what. Welcome our new guest.
Well, I must also break this with the sad news that out of all the money that I wagered and all the money that I got, and all the money that I got back from the wager, I have just about spent all of it.
Oh, poor baby.
Spent all
your money.
I'm still going to have to get this code adjusted. It's a bit loose, but I'm glad that we know people more well connected than we are to
So
come and
true.
take all of our money and give us shiny, fancy things.
So I've got some adjustments to do on this amulet as well. But I think we'd all like to see what you've got going on.
It is the way of things to look a bit goofy when one gets all the new magical fancy doodads. Yes, let's go.
When you're
To the man.
cooking for stats, not for fashion.
Yes. And he stands up. You see that he's got kind of like similar looking leather, like, God. They're like the moccasins are like the soft leather boots basically, but these ones are like blue with like white cloud patterns on the sides of them. Really, like, not at all what he had on before.
Huh. Those are ostentatious and hurt my eyes a little bit.
Yes. Well,
What
it's a
do they
good
do?
thing you'll never have to see them.
Oh?
Okay.
I prefer to do it all at once.
All right.
Let's lead on then.
We go.
So,
Uh,
with that
Obviously.
stated, you end up going over more or less back to the Academy of Magic, where the person who did a lot of this work was actually one of the adjunct professors there, as Reese Black. While he can work on like wondrous items and arms and armor, generally does not do this kind of work. And in the Empire, there aren't a huge amount of people who do perform that kind of work. But at least one of the professors of applied magic has the skills necessary and was willing to take on the contract because, well, college professors are nothing if not poor as shit.
Yes.
So,
If I had to promise any favors to secure this as well, I agreed without hesitation. Unless they were like, "Do you want to give up your life?" I'd be like, "Well, hold on, let me think about that. I might need that. What are we talking about?"
you
might
can
need
teach here
that.
forever.
I don't want to worry about anything then. So yeah, go up and knock on the person's door. They'd look like fucking about to like shoot apart at the seams.
Yeah, you
Just-
hear a rumble through the door, like somebody calling, and then like over to the door, and then the door unlocking, and just this kind of tufted face looks at you and says, "Ha! Oh shoot!"
Ah,
Like,
yes.
like you're like thud 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 thud, and then like the door opens.
Oh, I didn't expect to be even more nervous now. Fuck. All right. Yes. Okay, let's go in.
Like you enter, and then Taxius enters, and then Garugamesh enters, and it's like he's like looking at all of you like, I don't remember inviting a party here.
Oh,
So-
these are my traveling compatriots.
Is this your friend?
He's well, more sort of someone who I was introduced to through another person from the society.
Yeah. I keep Jean-Luc as a friend when I need some things, and he provides, I provide him some things in return. Here's how it goes. So, I guess now that you're all invading my living room, and he kind of looks to you, Fernix, and says, "In the back."
All right, and he just looks back across the rest of the party. And oh yes, I'll be back in a moment.
We'll be here.
The older man goes with you, and then it's more or less up to you to, I don't know, describe whatever it is you wish to, and then
So yeah, there's some short, like muffled conversation from the back. Motherfuckers better not roll perception checks. Make me describe what I'm saying. But then Fernix comes back, leading out a small kind of like, if you could imagine, like pretty much like one of those like a gargoyle looking thing, except it's more sort of like kobold-esque, but with a sort of like dog nose out in front, little pointy horns up over the brow, and just big ol' fucking goggle eyes and tongue sticking out perpetually. So looks like a little like kind of like more rotund, more stocky kobold gargoyle with little bat wings on the back, and he just looks at everyone.
Wow.
And Fernix looks like
the old man standing back there like,
I just snap my fingers in front of its face to see if it reacts at all.
Is it stuffed?
kind of like jumps back a little bit.
Do
Mhm.
I recognize what this thing is?
Do you have knowledge arcana?
I do.
Okay.
go
You
ahead.
probably recognize it on a 1.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Go ahead.
It's a homunculus.
Like from Full Metal Alchemist?
Yes. Except that the transmutation was on me to make another thing. It's not me.
It just looked between Garugamesh and the new friend. They're identical.
Just reaches up his hand slowly and then. everyone. This is my new assistant, or slash homunculus, Etor.
Is
So
Sven
it-
here?
Yes.
I think everyone's
I
there.
hope so.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard it described who was here, and Sven was not one of the mentioned
No, it was
people.
more
so I
along the
didn't
Then
line.
know.
One person comes in, next person comes in. Oh god, that was more or less
Oh.
a joke.
No,
Okay.
Barry, he did not say your name. You were not here.
All right,
Ben
I'm
is
out
waiting
shopping.
outside.
As usual.
Yeah, as usual.
It's like an NPC that failed the jump check and is just standing there on the bridge, waiting. So, I've no doubt it's very impressive, but I don't think I've ever seen one of these before.
I've only read about them.
Reese's. Do you think Sven might know?
No way in hell Guru would know.
About these things?
Yeah, like it's not necessarily an uncommon thing. It's any like class or kind of person who takes a familiar and help sometimes even not those can still have one made. It's not the most common thing among wizards to have, but more than you think would have something like that.
And what exactly? Because I know what a homunculus is in concept, but in Pathfinder, what is it?
He's a vaguely humanoid creature about the size of a cat, but looks more like a toothy winged devil.
Oh, so he's like small.
He's
he's little.
Fernix explains he's a construct that was made with my blood. So, in technical magical terms, as far as that goes, he is the servant and I am the master. But I don't really like that sort of relationship. So, I'd like you to just treat him like any other funny little guy
He's
who's
your
adorable
son.
and I love very much, even though I've just met him.
I'm gonna
I would kill everyone in this room and then myself in order to protect him. Even though that would be
parental bond
counterproductive
at work.
because if I were to die, he would stop existing. So,
shit.
yes. He can't speak, but he does communicate telepathically. So, he is a smart boy. He may not be the best at expressing himself, but he is here to help all of us. And potentially bail us out of a really shit situation if things hit the, So I hope, despite him being just a cute little kind of guy, that treat him like a person. At least that's what I plan on doing.
I'm gonna kneel down to the creature's level. And,
Now, what can
put my
homunculi
hand
do?
out.
They have a 10 intelligence and they have 2 hands, so just about anything that a trained chimp can do, except they could also write a letter and stuff.
Your homunculus is as smart as Guru Mesh.
Yes. He can fly. He has a poisonous bite that can put things to sleep. But it probably won't work. The main thing that Etor is going to be doing is those potions I mentioned. Duder can just fly over you and just drop one in your square.
Hey.
So,
Explode
Like an
and give you
Amazon.
effect.
well, it'll make the vapor come up, and then you can just you can snort those fat clouds and right on time join the Vape Nation.
Hey.
So, yeah, the real clutch thing about that being, so he'll do the commands that I tell him to do, right? But he's a construct, so he can't be dominated. Dominate monster straight up doesn't work on construct, as far as I'm aware. And I think we're only dealing with dominate person, so he's not a person.
Okay.
So he's our special little contingency plan. that cost me a pint of blood and 2,000 gold. And he can just do a bunch of other stuff. But he can't talk, so...
Can the telepathic communication only apply to you, or does he communicate with anyone? Yeah.
He says that you all look very nice. He seems a bit nervous, so... It's okay, buddy.
We're all just, like, sitting there staring, looking at the little gremlin thing. It's like...
You don't need to hold my hand quite so tight. Just tries to, like, pry his fingers off, but, there's a very close relationship in the amount of strength that Fernix and the cat-sized homunculus has, and it takes a while to pry it fingers off. Thank you. Ow.
I do want to like bend down and like put my hand down on the ground and like try and like see if it'll come closer.
Mm-hmm. He like looks at you, just like lowers his eyebrow. He can hear, you know. He understands the languages that I do. Or yes.
Oh, okay.
Kind of creeps up to you and like puts a hand out, like kind of like offering a handshake.
I'll gently shake his hand.
He has a severe case of toddler grip, and then it feels like he's got a death grip on your hand.
It just
The grip.
grip. Just
don't clip
kinda,
that.
I grip my teeth
No.
through the minor uncomfortable pain. Does he have a name? He, she, it.
Etor.
Etor.
I'm choosing to refer to him as male, but technically homunculus have no gender, so. If he wishes to be known by otherwise, I will do my best to respect his wishes. But he doesn't seem to be caring about too much right now. He's only just recently come into existence.
How would someone like me see something like this, Gray?
Can you narrow
Is this
that down
unnatural
to
as
what
fuck?
you mean?
Oh, sorry. Is this unnatural as fuck and like bad?
No, this is relatively a lot of wizards, some sorcerers, decent amount of like I think even witches can get homunculus as a familiar. It's not uncommon, it's not necessarily evil. Usually homunculus reflects the nature of its creator. I wouldn't describe it as unnatural. I mean, technically it is a construct, but, you know, it's not like he animated a corpse.
Okay. So I'm not hating him right now, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you've made out of basically stone, right?
I think it's like clay or something.
Yeah.
Let's see. We didn't do any of the other stuff.
Alright, I just want to make sure, because, you know, I get druidic and ranger powers. I don't know.
It's
as
clay.
for the wild.
It's clay, ash, mandrake root, spring water, and 1 pint of the creator's own blood. Which I think is some shit from like Greek or Roman alchemy. I remember the mandrake root being something that they were like, "This is people. You make people stuff with this, like medicine." So,
I mean, it might be a little odd to you, but like you've definitely heard stories of wizards and others who have had homunculus as familiars or assistants. Perhaps this is the first time you've seen one, but I don't think your reaction would be this is like an unnatural abomination.
Okay.
Where is the highest point in the room, by the way, Gray?
Right now, you're probably standing in the hallway, so probably up on the banister.
Yeah. So Etor looks from after he lets go of Daxius' hand, he just looks around, instantly sees that, and his little wings kind of like expand and actually get bigger, and he just sort of flaps up there and just like perches and looks around.
He does fly.
got a little, like, thin tail that swishes back and forth.
It doesn't look like it should be able to.
Well, he is kind of a magical little tyke.
And he's not as dense as
Or-
he looks.
Nope. He's a little fragile, so please don't,
Play golf with him?
yeah. It would be exceptionally cruel considering he's part me. So I would feel that it was almost a personal attack.
Fair.
I mean,
You wouldn't be very happy if I squashed your cat, now would you?
no, I would not.
Okay. I'm sorry if I didn't mean to bring up anything unknowingly. Thank you, by the way, very much. What was your name again?
Sven.
Just
no, I'm
call
sorry.
me Ruben. You can tell John
Ruben.
Luke he owes me one now.
Thank you, and if you require my services with anything, please don't hesitate to call upon me.
Sure. Maybe if
I
need a little time, you can come in and pretend to be professor for a little while. All you have to do is look official and read out of a book, and they don't fucking question anything. It's great.
That would be enjoyable. And yes, thank you very much again. I really appreciate this.
Sure, no problem.
All right, and it just looks over at her, and he just sort of like, without really looking, just sort of flutters back down. Just...
I'm gonna like put my arm out like a falconer. Like, come here, little buddy.
He hops up onto your arm. How heavy are these fuckers?
They're not heavy. I want to say maybe they're like 5 pounds, maybe 10.
Okay.
I mean, if they're about the size of a
Yeah.
cat, then probably like 10 to 12.
That's
unless
true.
Unless it's particularly chunky.
Yeah.
He's definitely heavier than a bird.
Yeah.
But yeah, it jumps up onto your arm. And, like,
Did Fernix teach you how to fist bump?
gets closer to your face. He just like puts his face right up to yours. Now. No licking. I'm not entirely sure that your tongue doesn't have any poison on it.
Oh, that's right. You did mention poisons.
It'll only put you to sleep, but would be inconvenient right now.
Very fair. You know what, buddy? I'm gonna teach you how to
Hmm.
fist bump. So, raise your fist up like this. And then lightly, we bump them together like this. 3, 2, 1, bump.
He
Explosion
jumps
dies.
off of your arm.
Ah!
Oh. Must be a bit twitchy.
It
He
seems that way.
just sort of like gathers himself quickly and just looks at you, and then he looks at his hand and is like,
That's like a hey bud. That's something. That's like a greeting you do for people you're on good terms with.
"Oh yes, of course." I'm a bit confused. Hasn't really hasn't done a lot of things yet.
Fair enough.
I'm sure we'll get
Um,
around to it.
I would love
Come then.
to help train, teach. This is amazing.
Well, does already know a lot of stuff, so hopefully it's just the experience he's lacking. Oh, come on then. Right. Come along, Etor. I should get used to the telepathy thing, but it's just so weird.
Is he saying anything right now?
He's saying quite a few things, just sort of getting the scope of the situation.
It just occurred to me that we haven't really introduced ourselves to Etor.
Oh, I did tell him what your names were, but
Oh well,
I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Go ahead, shake hands, everyone, including Sasha, because why not? just goes around and offers shake hands with everybody.
I think Sven is timid about this, even if it isn't super unnatural.
He kind of goes to offer his hand to Sven, and he looks over at Sasha like with honestly a bit of an air of nervousness for something that doesn't have a lot of ways of showing emotion, or maybe even knows what that is, and just kind of settles to like put his hand out. Nothing happened.
No, Sven like slowly reaches his hand out and like shakes it, like, but you know, not with enthusiasm. It's like caution.
Yeah, it is a bit like shaking hands with a chimpanzee. It's a little unusual, but yeah. Well, those introductions are over. I'll just be filling him in on the rest of the situation.
You notice Garugamesh trying to match his toddler grip strength.
Except you have like more than double his strength.
Careful, don't hurt his little hand.
Oh.
This will be the warm-up for my arm wrestling match.
Oh no,
Garugamesh lifts the homunculus and slams it into the ground like a football.
That's the way.
Smashing it everywhere.
Killing it
2,000
immediately.
more gold down the drain.
Now Garugamesh, he just like lightly tosses and spins the homunculus in the air, like it might be a football, and then before setting it back down.
It looks like it doesn't know exactly how to take being tossed, and then it's just sort of like, It says it was pretty much like flying, so.
Yeah.
Getting ready for the field goal.
You got to know how many times you're going to spin with the shot put before you launch. But anyhow, yes. Well, I suppose that's most of my big news out of the way.
Sorry, could I experiment with something with the homunculus really quick? I just had an idea.
With
It's
Etor,
not that
yes.
grippy.
Etor, if I may, do I have your consent?
You shouldn't just give that out so freely. I'm sure it's fine.
All right. I'm gonna take out a bit of the dust of illusion, put it on him, and try and make him look like, fuck it, a football.
That's an American football for our British viewers.
The Royal Academy Raiders coming in for the field goal.
The football kind of wiggles back and forth and goes end over end as it moves. I'm assuming, like a punt.
So if we wanted to, this guy can fly.
Mm-hmm.
Could rig some games with this and earn some cash.
Garugamesh puts on his hat as disguise and turns into Peyton Manning.
Well,
Deflate
I
that
suppose
ball.
that is one way of earning the money back, but I wouldn't want anything to happen to him.
Sure, nothing bad would happen. He can fly. So,
Yes, but well, you know how people can be, and
that's fair.
clearly don't see some individuals as people, so.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
But yes, I'm not too worried about that. Well. So the other half of it is, I bought these gaudy-looking slippers, and I bought this useless-ass ring, because it turns out the two of these things together make me into a wizard.
You're a wizard,
Wow.
Fernix?
Now I am.
How does
What
that
do
work?
they do?
Come outside and I'll show you.
Go outside.
Yep. Yeah. Holds up the new ring that he's got that's like a mithril sort of like wave pattern, and speaks the the command word, and it erupts in a spray of mist in a 10-foot circle around him, and then it just starts to move up into the air, like just drifting up there. So I don't want to explain the exact logistics, but basically this ring makes this mist, and then the slippers let me walk on the mist, but the mist remains centered on me, so I can just keep climbing until the duration runs out. Which
So
is
you
kind
can
of neat.
basically fly.
Well, yes. I
But you
did,
know-
I did learn how to do that a couple of weeks ago, but this ring can do this indefinitely.
Wow.
But how do
So
you,
yes.
can you get back down?
Oh, certainly, I can. And the mist is so thick, by the way, you can't see Fernix in the center of it. It just sort of coasts back down and says the command word again, and the spray just all sort of disappears. At which point, looks like I've been in basically like a severe rainstorm.
I'm sorry, was I muted when you asked if anything happened with him shaking hands with Sven?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm sorry. My dog came in and her tail was thwacking, so I muted myself and then I forgot.
Oh.
Not to go back, but Sven did shake their hand, just it was very tepidly and cautiously.
Okay. He probably doesn't seem to notice because, you know, he's like a couple hours old. Social cues probably aren't the biggest. But yes. And there is also some sort of a method I have to see out of that. Just that's another spell, so.
Huh.
But yes. Now I too can fly like a wizard. Except even better.
I am so fucking pissed off that you can fly. That is in. Wow.
OP.
To be fair,
I don't know
this-
what that means, but yes.
this ring specifically was a thing that I remember all of us made fun of back in the priesthood for being goddamn useless. Because it was made for firefighters, you see, but the mist makes it so you can only see about 5 feet in front of you. So it'll put out a bunch of fire, but you kind of can't see the people that you're supposed to be saving from the burning wreckage, so.
Yeah.
Very sad story. But yes, this was cheaper than Wings of Flying, somehow. Anyway, that's all of the crazy shit that I have
That's
for
it?
today. So yes, not only Etor can fly, but myself as well.
You say that's it, like we just went like to some sideshow shop that had some odd trinkets. You just showed us a new living, breathing creature, and that now you can just fly.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Well, I think technically it doesn't need to breathe.
It's
No, Etor doesn't need to breathe. He doesn't need to eat or drink, but well, I suppose we'll see what his feelings are on that if he wants to, you know, go through the motions.
I am so fucking jealous. Can I teach him how to smoke? Can he smoke?
He can't breathe, so I would assume that would be difficult. But
Well, we can try.
All
Well, fine, if you
unattended
want to
kobolds
try.
will be given an energy drink and taught how to swear.
Just get one of those, like, you know, bellows things and attach it to his side. So instead of breathing in to pull in the cigarette smoke, he just squeezes the side of his head.
Etor, I don't know where you heard that smoking was cool, but I assure you that it is not.
Oh, don't listen to him. It's cool as shit. You'll be the coolest kid on the block.
Don't make me order him to not smoke. A terrible first thing to order.
Okay, I'll hold off for now. But one day, I'm trying it.
I mean, I know he's not an actual child, but you should probably stop trying to influence him to do those sort of things.
Fair enough. I'll back off. And he like Daxis just looks.
Devious.
I can't. Not devious, but like. He's definitely immediately latched onto this creature.
Yeah. How can I scam people out of money using this little weird fat thing?
Yeah, that's how you know Daxis likes you.
That is the other thing, is that like he may not have a ton of skills, but he is small as fuck. So he is stealthy.
Ooh.
Yeah, what is it, like a +8 for small or +4?
For tiny.
For tiny.
I think
it's +8.
Yeah.
Is this thing small or tiny?
He's tiny. He's tiny boy.
I did look at the stats earlier. I literally I skimmed through it. Don't remember much. I literally just looked at the stealth and was like, "Hey, that's fucking cool."
Yeah. He also is. He knows what I know and can convey to me everything that it sees and hears at to a distance of 1,500 feet. But I didn't say that in game. I don't want it to get weird. He's not a security camera. He can decide if he wants to do that or not.
Guess he could also be keeping watch at night because he can see in the dark.
Yep, and he doesn't fucking sleep.
Yeah, we just need to get him one of those sets of goggles that gives you like a +10 to perception.
Hell yeah! Give him the eyes of the eagle.
Yeah, eyes of the eagle.
God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Little
Well, yeah.
chubby dragon dude with giant goggles. Just like scanning over the camp. You can figure something. You can do something fun.
Yep. But we'll get into the meta magic rod some other time. For now, let's go and do the less fun thing.
Yes, yelling at political officials. Wouldn't be my first time. Anyway, suppose perhaps Keira Hornblower might be the easiest to get into contact with.
Take a little bit of time, but
Actually, we are past our break time if we want to.
yeah, if we would take like reconvene at about 9.
Yeah, for me.
Sure.
All right, all good for me. So we will be back in just a small amount of time. So see you then.
See you then.
Bye.
Bye.
And we're back. That wasn't too long. So, what's on the agenda now?
I believe we're going to meet with someone.
Keira Hornblower.
Okay.
That's the one.
Or at the Red Temple.
So, you're gonna spend a little time walking through town in order to get back across to the Red Temple. Mid-afternoon now. So business is going on. There's a lot of other people in the streets. You pass some smaller performers, some stands of people selling odds and ends, street hawkers, gawkers, beggars, so on and so forth. Upon reaching the Red Temple, you climb the stairs up to the landing and then enter into one of the two very large doors. It is much cooler inside. As soon as you get through the vestibule, it is honestly like solid 15 or 20 degrees cooler in here just from the solid stone. There's nothing, like there's no active event going on, there's no mass being performed. It's too late in the day for that, or too early in the day for that. You've met with Priestess Hornblower before, so you're aware of where her office is, at least. No one in here really pays you much attention. You're just people, more or less.
Unless anybody's stopping us, I guess we just head that direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anybody has much interest in really getting in your way or interacting with you. It seems like a lot of the lower clerics have a lot of other crap they have to do, and they don't really have the time to spend just haranguing tourists, more or less. A decent enough among them, or a decent number of them probably know who you are and recognize you, but yeah, that's about it. So, you're able to get back to where the clerical offices are. I love how that works. Two definitions of that word. You find the door into her office is slightly closed. Like it's like just barely ajar. The only noise that comes from within is kind of a light scratch of the nib of a pen across parchment.
Vic will just approach the door and just knock twice as he's push the door open. I was hoping might have a moment to talk, particularly about the escapades yesterday.
He kind of like mid-stroke, like holds the pen, looks up and says, "Oh God, it's you." Alright. She finishes up whatever it was she was working on, kind of taps the pen, and then puts the quill into an ink pot. Leans back and says, "Well, unless it's very pressing, I'm sure that there are other clerics here that could probably help you. What is it you're looking for?"
Just a little information about where some of the creatures in the arena came from yesterday.
Why?
We're very thankful for your hospitality, and you run a very fine establishment, but some of the creatures that we fought are a little bit, some might say, unethical?
Them bringing back the revenants from the Gravelands was
A dick move.
I was going to say it a bit more cleanly, but
Let's not be hasty. I believe there was some sort of a message attached, although I admit my attention was elsewhere.
I'm not making any accusations, of course. I just would like to know where that they were obtained, and if there are any more left in the city.
Most likely from the Troll Marshes, and no. I believe
I'm gonna
they were brought
insight
down.
check on that for there not being any in the city.
Then you are more than welcome to.
Very well done.
Sorry, well, this skill was for diplomacy or sense motive?
Sense motive. It's the same thing because of
Okay.
what the fuck's the feature called?
Yeah.
Versatile performance.
Yeah, it's just that it has more than one thing listed, so I didn't know, like, inherently which one it was.
Both.
You can tell that she's very annoyed with all of you right now, especially because this is her temple. Like, she is the one that runs this entire operation. It is probably one of the largest buildings, probably one of the richest organizations within the city, and to be honest, the only reason that she hasn't bothered fucking with you is because there was nothing to gain out of it. Especially because you'd already gone into areas that you weren't allowed and broken shit. And now you're coming in here and, you know, laying out accusations. Either way, what you can tell is what she said was the truth.
Okay.
No, there are nothing left like that in the city. Nor are there any trolls left, as I believe the one that you dispatched we ended up burying, and the other one simply got sick and died. So,
Oh my. Well,
as to how any of these were collected, several of them were collected by the Valier Society, including the trolls. As for the undead, that was collected by priests of Lycurgus, probably with the help of Hell Knights belonging to the Barbed Rose. Probably with no small amount of assistance by the various principalities and bishoprics and marches that exist towards the troll marches. No. Now, And she, like, looks between everybody. If you could clarify that accusation, I would very much appreciate it.
I apologize. I did not mean to accuse anything to anyone.
I light a cigarette up in silence.
I would say that it was not from a place of education, considering that we are coming here to become more educated on these matters, so I apologize for our ignorance.
Precisely. It was ghoulish to use victims of your own actions. Put on a show, in my opinion. And I was curious as to where they came from.
Most likely along the frontier forts in the Troll Marches. I am not in contact with those who actually made the procurement. That is outside of my jurisdiction. Not in the fact that I don't pay them, more in the fact that I don't control where it is they go or how it is they accomplish their tasks. What I can say is that there are many creatures like those in the north. We don't know any of them personally, and generally speaking, we try to do our best to identify the remains once they become remains. The one that was able to be identified, the larger of the trio, appeared to be an Imperial soldier from Bohenstadt, most likely from an expedition around 1280 to 1300 their era. Do any of you know much about the Gravelands?
Would that be a history, geography?
Yes and yes. Probably history in this, specific. You know that.
I might.
Oh yeah, if anybody else wants to roll.
I'm afraid I don't. I'm assuming a 10
Okay.
is not going to be enough. But I
Got a
can
bit of context, but I don't know exactly what you're referring to yet.
It's actually the only one with history, knowledge history.
probably.
I have one rank in it.
Okay, you just didn't roll very well.
Yeah.
I will have it next level.
Daxius, you know that the area was kind of a... How do I put this? It's almost like describing a holdout area for... When the Lich King came through, there were a lot of mountainous towns, fortresses, and most likely small dwarven holds that were up in the mountains, which made the forces that were there very difficult to dislodge. A lot of heavy magics used by both sides were deployed, and it was brutal. Imagine the first couple of days at Verdun. The artillery fire and the mustard gas, men charging to their deaths across open lands into machine gun fire. Kind of that level of horrifying. With, on one side, primarily the undead, with some support from Orcish and other greenskin tribes and societies. And what was left afterwards was what I can describe the best Pyrrhic victory. Man was able to drive the Lich's forces out, mostly putting a lot of them into the ground or back there. And what was left behind was a waste, mostly poisoned by extremely powerful and extremely fell magic. So I think you're well aware that a whole shitload of people went up there dead already or to die, and that those magics most likely resurrected them. And generally speaking, those kinds of spirits aren't very happy about that.
Well, to make a long story short of what I know, the Gravelands isn't just a fancy title it has. It earned that name.
Pretty well put. They say that the Lich King had at least 75,000 bodies in his armies when they swept northwards, and the Empire at the time had to throw at least that, if not more, in order to crush them against the rocks that were the Eastern White Tops. A lot of people died as a result, or were already dead when they got. And the kinds of magics that the Lich King's generals and spellweavers used tainted the land and anything that fell there. Every so often, a lot of things will wander out in search of some sort of revenge or to assuage a pain of a death long forgotten. Yes, have there been expeditions sent up there in an attempt, vain or otherwise, to handle it? Well, of course. We've only, within perhaps the last 100 years, realized that unless someone extremely powerful comes along to cleanse that land, or one of the gods comes down from the Axis and uses their own powers, there's no cleaning that place.
The picture's
New
pretty
mission
well
unlocked.
painted. Good luck.
Yeah, good fucking luck. Okay.
It's a side quest.
Okay.
Recommended
Yeah,
level 3.
What the fuck crack are you on? Recommended level 17 at least. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Nah.
So,
You just gotta use your resources well.
Totally, yeah.
so it is my belief that most likely the creatures that were captured had wandered down onto the roads towards Althaven, or perhaps one of the border forts that are still maintained in that area, were subdued and brought here. Is it grisly? Absolutely. But you forget the god that we worship here. Lycurgus is not a good god, nor is he necessarily an evil one. He's a one of battle and death. And in all the years that we have run these events, I haven't heard many complaints from the people who entered into those, either into the arena to fight them or into the stands to cheer it on. The moment they stop coming is the moment they'll stop being put on.
I straight up walk out at that.
Sven seems to be somewhat neutral on this. He nods along, but he doesn't seem to really say much.
So,
Well,
I don't intend to have a debate over morality at this point. My curiosities were sated, and I appreciate your time and the work that you've put in, both on our behalf and for the city in general.
we offer a lot of services here. With a lot of the money that is made from these events and others, things like this aren't necessarily held every day. It's usually once a year, if at all. And generally it rotates. I think in the 20 going on 30 years that I've been the head priest here, we've had undead maybe 3 times. We take what we can get.
well,
I
I'm
suppose even if they are grisly, it does make sense, and at least it is making use of a otherwise awful situation.
I'm glad it was us because they certainly were a tough bunch.
Yes, I've been made aware of a lot of the magics which still poison that land, and often enough it can attach itself to a figure simply to use as a form. I will say that many of the undead that come out of there, they're not the men that once occupied that body. Their spirits have moved on, crossed into Nocturne's pasture and entered the cycle once again.
Yes, and whatever spirits have been called into those bodies that remain have been irrevocably twisted and tormented into being that.
Very much so. But it raises a lot of money. Money that is used towards a variety of healing and educational services, both here at the Red Temple and at the hospital across the street. She kind of like leans forward and rubs her head.
Etor mimics that motion, kind of awkwardly. Fernix shoots him like a dirty look, and he's just like, oh.
I'm sorry, what is this even about? Like, I feel...
No, I think...
We're simply concerned about where these things were being taken from, and if it was respectful to the ones who have died and turned into this. I think that we had worry because we did not understand if this was a thing to worry about.
I think our business is about concluded. Though, out of character, I keep forgetting his name. The frost giant.
Leitfrid.
Leitfrid?
Leitfrid.
Yes. I was understanding that we were here to talk to him as well, but...
Yes, if the frost giant fellow, Leitfrid, is he available to open to a conversation, perhaps?
I'm sure he'd be rather amenable to that. He's in the gardens out back. If you go out through the door here, take a left into the main chamber, take the hallway to the back, and exit through the double doors. You'll hear the water features through them. They should be propped open at this time of day.
Wonderful. Again, appreciate your time, and apologies for any confusion or ill will I may have inadvertently caused.
Well, it wasn't exactly that. It's more or less the political problems which have stemmed from what the hell happened yesterday. When I have one group very angry at me for more or less feeling like they got cheated out of an attempt at the actual prize, we have your group which is upset at the competitors that were entered into it, and, well, let's say the outsiders were happy either way. But I also have nobles and other important people who are concerned about what happened at the end of the last round, and looking for answers that I don't have. However, when people, like the Prince's spy master, come asking questions, generally speaking, you can't tell them no.
He was
No, I suppose not.
asking questions about the creatures that came out, I presume.
Yes, just a second, I want to find her name. Yes, in a way. I'm pretty uncertain if you've ever met Miss von Kessler, but she is a very hard woman. She's the kind of person who can curdle your blood by looking at you. Yes, about what the creatures were, but more so where the hell they came from. They wanted to be told that it was some part of the actual act, and not something otherworldly. And I had no real answers for her, and generally speaking, that isn't a good thing to say to someone like that.
Well, I'm sure someone in that position can figure something out.
I'm quite certain she will. Either way, I know that the Chancellor is rather interested in it. Prince is keeping mum at the moment, as far as I know, but he's having everyone that reports to him doing their thing. I didn't mean to be terse with you, but you came in at a rather poor time, as she had only left about 2 hours ago.
It's a difficult situation. I can tell you this, we understand you fully. And if you don't mind me asking, you mentioned the Stone Wardens were upset about the results.
I think that they believed that it was some sort of setup. I believe that's the phrase people use. That it was some sort of manipulation. Even if it were, they should have understood that the games like these are not fair. They take it as it comes. But Stoneheart, who is a paladin, is rather particular in his beliefs. And, well...
He
smells
suspects
off
the
to him,
outsiders?
or- No, he was the leader of the Stone Wardens.
Oh,
Stone
no.
Wardens.
I said he suspects the outsiders.
Oh, no, not at all. As much bigotry as exists towards beast folk, I don't think Ulrich harbors any of it. Half-orc who spent most of his life among orcs make it very hard to transition into society, and he has played it up in the arena to keep up that act. No, I think the upset was more along the lines of what they were, as I believe he had some sort of understanding that whatever the hell they weren't worldly and they weren't normal. And if you have any questions regarding that, my answer is I probably know about as much as you do.
Yes, we've got the questions, but I understand you in the dark as well as us. But I think that's good to know in a different way.
I wish I had answers for any of the people who have come through that door demanding them. Truth is, I don't. At this point, I'm trying to do damage control, make sure nobody feels like there's some danger. A lot of things have happened in the last few weeks, none of which are necessarily good. She kind of looks between everybody, and her eyes kind of land on you, Garugamesh, and she asks, "How old are you, son?"
How old do you think I am? Flatter me.
Then I suppose I'm the only one here old enough to remember certain times. Times like these, when they start, things happen very quickly, is what I'm trying to say. They happen very quickly and all at once. And I fear that that is what's happening again. I remember when the Civil Wars ended in the West. I remember when the Dronian Civil War ended in a disaster. I don't want to live through another.
I can't say that I've got the long-lived perspective, but I understand what you mean. Very personally, unfortunately.
If I were a gambling woman, I would probably guess that we're gearing up towards something. I just hope we're here to batten the hatches down when the storm blows. Well, if you have any other questions, I'm here. Hopefully, a day's rest, and hopefully it'll pass. Thank you for participating, by way, and congratulations, obviously.
Thank you.
Yes. We'll stop taking up all of your time, but if you were a gambling woman, I'd hope you know where to put your chips, I suppose.
If only I had that kind of foresight. Tell the one who left here that I wonder if he feels it too.
I can hear you, I'm just outside.
He's been standing behind the door the whole time listening.
I was gonna mention it once you guys left, but I was just outside the door, just listening and leaning against it. I just did not want to look at her anymore after what she said.
Vic just kind of nods and then just starts walking around, walking out.
Mm-hmm.
Sven just follows, I guess. He doesn't really have much to say, I don't think. Pretty much everything has been said already.
I look back over at Keira kind of like uncomfortably, and I'm just like, thank you for your time. Have a long tour.
Certainly. Take care.
The little homunculus guy just like nods at her like, yeah.
She like picks up the quill, like dabs it a bit, and then slowly goes back to writing, kind of looking about, honestly, more haggard than when you came in.
As everyone comes out.
Well, that went well.
I suppose at least we know that they aren't quite, making these things and doing unethical things and whatnot. I don't know. It still feels wrong to me, but
I don't know. I kind of see it as, if there's something unethical about it, then you must agree that there is an ethical action to be taken. And couldn't you say that it's ethical to lay that body to rest finally?
I think it's ethical to lay it to rest with proper burial rites, not in an arena. But if this is the way of things, then I suppose there are worse evils in the world that we should focus our time and attention on.
Right.
Can I ask a out-of-character question that I may or may not know the answer to in character?
Sure.
Thanks, Barry. So, basically, from my understanding, there's two normal ways that necromancy and basically any sort of animated dead works in different types of settings. I know one of them is where it's just basically magic animating the body and the physicality of the creature. And there's another one that I've seen where it's basically necromancy is the act of rebinding the soul to the decomposing body, and basically just trapping it there as a way of fulfilling the will of the creator.
So,
how exactly does it work in the setting?
We'll call him
That's
A,
the
we'll
question.
call him B. It all depends on A, who is casting the magic, and B, the way in which the undead die.
Okay.
I think most of you at least have some baseline that, yes, raising bodies when it comes to zombies and low-level creatures like that, it's mostly energy bound to a body and making it move. But there are a decent amount of, if there's any amount of intelligence among the undead, it is either because they have something akin to a spirit in them, because it was the soul of the creature who died returns to it or is stuck within it, or a new one is put into it. There is also the possibility of, kind of in the same way that you would make a golem, where you kind of make a consciousness or bind some sort of extra-dimensional spirit to it.
it's a little bit like slavery with extra steps.
It can be, yeah.
But you're
'cause-
making something that's definitely not a person. It just happens to look a lot like a person in silhouette.
Yeah.
And
If it was a person, it would be slavery, but because it's not a person, it's okay.
and they don't have a proper mind, but sometimes they do things that they might have done in life or show signs that they hate the living for some weird reason.
Yeah, so the reason I ask is because the impression that I was getting is that maybe the small fry zombies weren't necessarily fully there mentally, but the big one very much did seem to be like a soul bound to a body,
Yeah,
in a not so kind way.
Most
he
likely,
did evil cleric shit.
yeah,
He had to have a mind to do that.
mhm. Yeah, no, he was a rather powerful mage. No, but remember when you entered, he accused, like, more or less you guys, because he's the only one he could see, that you abandoned us. It wasn't
Mhm.
that somebody put him there, it's that he was left to die in a painful, frightening way. And there are a decent amount of undead who, if they die that way, they will remain with their body because they are so fucking pissed off and afraid and upset that they want to inflict that pain onto others.
Yeah, that was the. I had referred to him as a revenant a few times, even though I don't
Yeah.
think that's necessarily the.
A revenant, God, hanged man, I believe, also functions that way.
There's
Oh,
there's one. I can't remember if it was a revenant or if there's like some other term for it that I had used in an old campaign. But yeah, that was my assumption. And is it reasonable to say that Vic maybe doesn't know all of that, but the general impressions that he's getting would point to that?
kind of, yeah. If it's not something that you haven't learned from your master or from the readings that you have encountered over the years, it's something that you probably might be becoming more familiar with. It might be something like a topic you might want to look into if you haven't, or like in the past. Especially because you are in a town with a lot of people who might have experience with that, whether they're clerics who fight them, paladins who try to push them back, alchemists and wizards who do research, and librarians who codify it all.
Yeah, I would assume that Vic had done some research on that in the past. If nothing else, then just through his typical research of monster lore in general. But I can roll something to kind of
Sure.
help move that along if you'd like.
Yeah, if you want to use that to like guide what you believe your character would know, that's fine. I can believe that they would know at least something.
I think it's religion.
Yeah. Yeah, either religion or arcana. I can see either. In different ways.
I can get that too because, whoa, my god. Create Undead is a spell that you can cast as either one, but it's easier if you're a divine caster.
Yeah.
And then you can also do more fancy shit like be like, hey, Mr. Necromancer, I see that you worked real hard at the wizarding school. Oh, you put all the obsidian in things' eyes? Well, that's cool that you made all these skeletons. I'm gonna just command them to rip you apart. And then they're my skeletons now. Cool, use of channel energy. It wasn't even a spell. Yeah. It's a little bit one-sided there. But I suppose the one class does have to do with bringing things back from the dead, so.
I think with that role, you definitely at least have more than a, like, baseline knowledge. Like, you have definitely knowledge that, like, most normal people would not have. But it's, like, I don't know, maybe, like, I don't know, how would you interpret, like, your understanding of it related to that role?
So, basically, I would say that most of Vic's research prior to, like, the last couple weeks has been primarily focused on learning ways to defeat various creatures rather than necessarily learning and understanding a lot about them. So probably there would have been times where rituals and the actual details of how some of these undead might have been created.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't have necessarily been the primary reason or retained knowledge of what the research was. So I would say, if I had to describe it in other words, I would say that it's an educated hunch that that's how that works, and he feels probably pretty justified or is not very concerned about making his judgments based on that educated hunch.
That's reasonable.
Okay. But yeah, unless somebody else has something they want to be doing, I guess we're just going to talk to Leitfrid.
Yeah.
I did have
See,
something.
the main difference, by the way, between an undead and a construct is that, like...
Bodak. That's what it is.
What, a bodak?
Yeah, I was trying to think of the word and it just came to me.
Oh, yeah.
Bodak
they have, like-
horseman.
Bodak. Yeah.
They
The
have
guys
like,
They got, like, a gaze.
yeah, they've got like a negative or a,
Yeah,
I can't remember if it's
murderers
negative
who,
levels.
I guess
Yeah.
were killed and didn't want to stop murdering even in death.
Yeah, those guys are nasty though.
They fucking are.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Constructs, though, were never originally a person's soul in the first place. Although for a golem, you are de facto enslaving an elemental to not be an elemental to be a golem, and that's
Yeah.
why they go berserk sometimes and will just kill you.
Yep.
Because you're an asshole, actually.
How'd you know?
Whereas at least with the homunculus, I'm like, most of the soul whatever, if that exists in this setting, it came from me probably. So Guy's just a little me. And I can't be too mad at me if I made another me, you know. I'm just cooperating. As opposed to being like, you now go punch people. And it's like, I just want to be a rock. But now I'm an iron golem and I just fucking pulverize people.
Alright, Daxia, sorry, say again.
Oh no, I was just saying that I had something because someone asked. But as we're walking to meet with the storm giant, I'll just like tug on Vic's armor and just motion for him to like follow a bit behind the group while we walk and talk for a second. I heard what she said even after I walked out, and she's right. I've tried bringing it up on a few occasions. I've talked about Fernix, he blew me off. I mentioned it to Sven, he thinks I'm crazy. Gilgamesh wouldn't understand, but ever since I've met you all, I have felt a change in the winds. A drastic one, and through my time learning history and learning from the mistakes of others, this feels oddly, scarily familiar. Something is coming. I've had that gut feeling in me for a long time, and I feel like you're maybe the only one who hears me right now.
So that the homunculus knocking a lantern off the wall.
He's like going and like stealing the torches out of the skies and stuff. Don't do that. Putting it back.
They're never burning torches worth $200.
Easy money.
No fire is not good, fire bad.
Trying to eat it. No,
I'm just going to casually light the staples on fire. Water, create water.
there's been more and more things building as I've begun traveling with this group. Even before you joined, it's clear that there's something bigger than just a series of strange interconnected events.
So you do feel it too.
It's hard to describe exactly. I've got this kind of sense for when things are, well, call it a hunch or just a bad guess, but there are too many things moving in too many different ways that all seem to be linking up. Little like ley lines passing through the magical energies of the world. Just they're all seem to be completely independent, disconnected, just going off in their own direction until they're finally meeting at a point and something happens. It feels that we're approaching one of these. We've seen smaller ones, we've seen the indications of where they might be leading, but we don't know what's actually going to happen when we get there. And I don't want things to turn out how I think they're going to turn out. But the only way we're going to find out, and the only way we're going to have a chance to maybe figure out a way to keep things from getting out of hand is, well, to keep following the path.
See eye to eye on that. Whatever happens, whatever's going on. I mean, fuck, I even think even the fucking hobgoblins are involved to some degree. Everything's... I mean, you put it the best, much better than I ever could, but...
So it's these... These sun worshippers. Some sort of... I don't know, cult.
I think it's bigger than just a cult.
Well,
Whatever this is, it's not... I don't even know if it'll be localized just the Black Forest.
it certainly won't be. There's no way of knowing what's going to happen, but there are too many... We know that they're working with incredibly powerful magic, but not just on one front. We've got nothing but dimensional magic, and these rifts and these strange time jumps and other such weirdness, but
Whatever it is. I mean, fuck. We're a part of this net now, whether we like it or not. I mean, we went through the fucking gauntlet. That's not a small action. It's almost symbolic, like something out of a fucking fairy tale. It's...
another lamp.
No, that was a cat knocked over by biggest boy. Giant
This... To me, this feels like our problem. To me, this feels like we have to fix this, whatever's happening.
Certainly not something we can avoid at this point.
I'd like to try, but yeah, I don't know how we would. But she's... They won't listen to me for obvious reasons, but maybe the others will listen to you in this regard. But whatever's happening, it's going to happen eventually, and it's not going to give us a warning. It's just going to happen, and everything's going to be to shit.
If you feel best, we can have a discussion about it, but somehow
I just
don't
want
think it'll
everyone to
help.
be prepared.
The rest of the group, though, they may not be on board with these well, conspiracy theories that we're kind of enveloped in, at least as far as the thought process between you and I. But I wouldn't discount them by saying that they're not taking things seriously. They know what they're doing, and they've no doubt got a sense of what the stakes could be if they can continue down this path, but
Well,
sometimes it doesn't need to be this global, overarching problem that could tear the world apart. Sometimes it's just help people where you can. If we have the opportunity to do it on a larger scale, wonderful. They know what they're doing.
I know.
No, you're right. It's, I think we're I think we're more on the same page than you might think.
Let's keep an eye out, for everyone's sake.
Of course. Well, now we've got some drama to deal with a very large man.
At least it's a creature I can somewhat respect.
Yeah, damn near cut me in half. So I guess after that we head outside.
Yep, at the end of the long corridor, you approach a set of open double doors and exit out into a pretty sizable courtyard between the rear of the building and basically like it's like something inset in the middle of the actual building where it's still open air, but there's still cathedral beyond it, most likely a rectory or other living space for the novices that live here. And sitting at a very small pond, like on like basically a sizable stone table, is the frost giant, who is sitting. He has a bag, like sitting on the ground, and he's like sitting there, running like a whetstone down the edge of the axe, just sort of almost reverently in a way, but also just sort of like it's a weird form of almost meditation of just even movements, even noise, everything's quiet. And he does not notice you.
Oh. Unless anyone was jumping at the chance. Is there
Hello.
He like stops like mid stroke and just like kind of looks up, like blinking as if he's coming out of basically out of a trance. Kind of looks over and then just, like squints a little bit. Like puts the whetstone down and reaches into his bag and pulls out a small set of glasses that he puts on the bridge of his nose to look, and he's like, "Oh, yes, I remember you. The arena.
Yes.
Yes.
You put up a good fight. You were very intimidating from what I can hear. I was not in the storm itself, but from what I can hear, you are a very fierce fighter.
Yeah, well, that fight didn't exactly go along the route that I had expected it to. Then again, I was only told to expect maybe like 4 people coming out of the other door, and things didn't go that way.
Yes. Apparently the general performance was a bit higher than average across the different rounds.
Well, I can believe it. A little more surprised that they allowed and he like kind of like he's got the glasses like held in one hand, and then he like gestures towards Sven and towards Fernix. Years ago, that wouldn't have ever happened.
Fuck you trying to say?
You actually say that?
Yeah, I do.
Do you look like a fox, or do you look human?
I look like a fox right now.
Okay, well then includes you. I just assume that you're.
Oh, sorry. I look like a human right now. Sorry, brain. I normally look. Is there anyone around, like in the courtyard, or is it just him?
It's just him.
I'll go to my fox form then.
Make it 3.
So I'm told.
I take it that means you've been around for quite a while.
He kind of like looks to the glass and says, "What gave it away?"
Yeah. Just educated guess. You'll have to excuse me. I'm not sure that I've ever conversed with a frost giant like yourself before.
Where exactly are we, by the way?
You're in a
Courtyard behind the Red Temple.
kind of behind, but sort of still within the Red Temple. It's open
This
air,
is
so you're standing on grass and stuff. There's a water feature and trees and bushes.
I'll-
Suppose we were hoping to get the chance to get some more formal introductions. The fight lasted a little. Well, the end of the fight was a bit of a mess, as I'm sure you were aware.
Yeah, you're telling me. Don't exactly remember the end of it. I think I'm getting too old for this shit.
It was a lot of things happening all at the same time.
I think I was also unconscious.
Yeah,
I was pretty blinded.
kind of remember punching your lights out and laying you down, and then it just sort of ended there. Oh well.
That's
I got
familiar.
paid regardless, so.
It's quite a brutal weapon. I remember the cleave going straight through my chest. At least it felt like it.
And he kind of like looks to the double axe, and he's like, "Well, that's what happens when I have a weapon bigger than you."
Speaking of weapons, just kind of reaches and pops Fenrir out. Just out of curiosity, is this seem to be somewhat familiar to you, or
He turns on the table, like lifting the axe up and putting it down, and he like leans forward and puts the glasses back on, and he says, "You're gonna have to come closer. I can't make it out."
so he'll just walk up to the table and just gently rest Fenrir on it, but he doesn't take his hand off the haft.
You know, the giant has to slide down away from you in order to turn and like bend over and look through it, and you kind of get like the sensation of what the fuck are we doing from Fenrir. Like not like upset or angry, just of like what the fuck. And he's like, recognize some of the runic work. Motifs of old stories. Don't recognize the work though. My guess, if I hadn't seen the runes, would probably be dwarfs or perhaps deep dwarves. Runes, though, I don't think the Dwerger would know much about, and amongst the dwarves themselves, I don't know anymore. They might keep that up, or they might not. Depends on the clan, depends on the area.
Yes,
Well, maybe our friend could introduce us. I look over at Gira, like...
Well, there is a skyhold nearby. If we make our way up there, we could probably find someone who knows more about this.
Most likely, you'd have to look for a runesmith. My younger days, I know my clan had one. He didn't live too long. Kind of how it goes among giant society, ones that aren't settled, that is. Even then, if I'm being honest.
Well, you've come very far.
Yes, it's, I've been traveling a very long time. It's, there's always a market for... big, strong monster.
Do you think you'll ever return home?
Not anymore, no. Half of them will treat me like I'm a traitor just for going outside. Half of them is a threat because I survived.
Fair enough.
as well. I regret to inform you that I've heard some rather nasty stories about some encounters with frost giants. So
We don't eat people. That's Cyclopses.
And hill giants. And ogres.
Hill giants are barely giants, and ogres? He just like shakes his head, puts the glasses on, and looks down at it, like really like squinting like really hard, like leaning for. He had like his whole beard's almost like hanging away from his head. Whoever did this though, this looks old. Very old.
We had the same
Typo.
conclusion. But as you might say, the runes gave it away a bit. It's I'm not sure entirely where it's from, but the connection to the north, some of the dwarven skyholes, some of the interactions with the frost giants up north, some of the more territorial ones.
What's interesting?
Yes.
And he like kind of nods. What's interesting is the wolf symbology is not uncommon up north. I guess what's interesting is he sits back up and says, "Have you ever heard a story? Human one, but I'm pretty sure they copped it from us. But a prince, uncle comes, kills his father, takes over the throne, chases him out into the mountains."
This is either Macbeth or Lion King.
Yes, and well, technically yes. He ends up in the mountains and ends up making a friend with a frost giant. Realizes that his uncle had made a lot of enemies among the non-humans, or fire giants, depending on the telling. I've also heard it being vampires once. Don't really believe that one. Either way. The giant takes the human into the mountains and up to see a master blacksmith. Right. Dwarven man. But not like, he gestures towards Gilgamesh, not like the ones that are walking the surface now. Bigger, heavier, usually blue of the skin, working
They
with
can be
lead
heavier?
and silver. And the blacksmith tells him that he can make a weapon that would kill his uncle. But in order to do so, he would need to bring him 2 souls to bind to the weapon. Well, 1 to one weapon, and 1 to a twin. He, like, stops the story there and looks at it and says, "Often enough they say, whoever it is or whatever it is he killed, were either winter wolves, or, in some tellings, werewolves. Either way, human and the dwarf and the giant bring the 2 souls back to the dwarf, who makes them the weapons. And the human is able to kill his uncle and retake the throne. I've heard a couple of stories how the uncle dies. Sometimes it's in pitched battle, sometimes it's downfall by his own hubris. I don't think either really matters. The only reason I remember this story is the blacksmith part. That's usually a feature that most humans aren't smart enough to come up with, or knowledgeable enough to come up with. Because old dwarven and giant blacksmiths weren't just blacksmiths. They were rune scribes, and they were soulsmiths, finding energy and lives to the weapons that they made. He just leans forward and looks back at it.
I've
I bet it
heard
can
tales
talk,
of.
can it?
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
So,
So I was just saying, I've heard tales of such things. These very old weapons. This is. How old are you talking of? Exactly.
I'm pushing maybe 220. Not quite certain. Giants aren't the greatest at keeping track of time. But the stories when I was told them when I was a child were ancient even then.
So, well, you'll be happy to know you were right that the humans had taken that story. It's one I had read about, and perhaps would need to dig in a bit further at some point.
Hmm.
And just mentally, he had a thanks to Fenrir. You want to tell him, or do you want to just leave it?
The Fenrir has remained very quiet during most of this. Even like as the giant would lean forward and like look at it through his glasses, he's remained almost sheepish, in a way. And he says, maybe you should.
Well, it's just backed out loud. It's I can't say for sure, but there are a lot of similarities in Fenrir and the story that you're referring to. I don't know if it's the same one, but it's a thought.
I bet the story ends with the human killing his uncle and taking the throne, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yes, they would stop it there, wouldn't they?
That's not the original story, is it?
Oh, no. No. Giants tell the story in its second, sometimes even third part. In the second part, the human turns on the giant, his erstwhile friend, invades his kingdoms, bringing brother into conflict with brother, bringing into conflict the two weapons that had been forged by the dwarf to oppose the monsters in the world that they claimed that they stood against, and now they were being wielded at one another. Generally, the second part ends with the humans driving the giants out of their kingdom in the mountain. Not claiming it for themselves, they had no interest in it beyond what they could take out of it. Gold, silver, jewels, knowledge. The third part is told often by a skald. The giants coming back. The twin weapon reforged into a greater weapon. Brought down. Raining hell and fire onto the humans. Setting alight their kingdoms. Killing them. Man, woman, child. War brought home. And in the end, is only ruin. Now, why these happened, I don't remember anymore. Some people claim it was a evil warrior, spirit wizard, something evil settled in the heart of that king, newly born, or cruelty among the giants who felt they had a free hand to take as they pleased. I often find that the truth is somewhere in between. Often both are true and both are false, in ways.
Maybe the human was just an asshole.
Possible.
Most giants would agree, but stories like these are often simplistic. They don't reflect how people truly are. That's half the reason why I left the giants. A, to find my fortune, and B, because I got tired of it. Giants can be like humans in a way. Stupid, short-sighted, greedy, lazy, gluttonous, lustful, envious, and prideful. It's kind of funny in a way that historically they go at one another. They might as well be brothers.
One's just a really, really tall brother.
It is interesting that they've got so much shared mythology, if nothing else.
Which is why I put stock in it that perhaps some of it's true. And he kind of leans forward, like gestures his glasses and says, "And do you know who isn't mentioned again in the following two tales? The blacksmith. Always wondered about that. Why isn't the blacksmith mentioned again? The dwarves don't come up once more. Sometimes they're mentioned as making weapons for whoever can afford to pay their Dane guild. Their blood price. I always kind of wondered, did the fault lie in the weapons? Were they made to be brought into conflict, and as soon as the conflict ended, a new conflict had to be made? If you ever find a dwarven rune scribe who knows this answer, I would be interested in knowing. Not that I'm certain there are any among even them who are old enough to remember it."
Well, no rune scribe myself, but just kind of looking down at Fenrir. You may be onto something. Well, this was very enlightening. I'd hope to talk to someone who might be a bit more knowledgeable in this sort of context. And after such a interesting and chaotic mess of a fight, it was good to speak to you.
Well, it's always nice to know that there are people who don't have the ridiculous connotations that every giant wants to kill humans and grind their bones for their bread. Whatever nonsense humans say about us. Not that it isn't at least partially true, if I'm being honest.
No, to be fair, with the giants that we have seen before did try to do that. Or at least something similar.
Yeah, they will.
It was the ones with the two heads.
Oh, those fuckers.
Yes.
They're not giants. They're cyclopses pretending to be giants, and even cyclopses aren't giants.
Fair enough.
Only
They are rather tall, though.
cyclopses eat their own young.
Jesus.
Yes. I'm afraid my few times running across ogres on my travels left me a bit wary, and not just of the smell.
They say the cyclopses once had a glorious empire of their own, until they couldn't stop eating each other.
Yeah.
I mean,
Stop eating each other.
a little less metaphorical, but seems that happens to a lot of kingdoms.
I suppose it does. Either way, I would definitely look for somebody who knows the other parts of that story, at least better than I do. Scalds among the northern kingdoms might know. Perhaps some of the dwarves might still have records if they cared to. There might be some other giants who might still keep to the old ways, but there are not many anymore. There's not nearly as many of us left as there used to be, but those who remain.
Perhaps if we've got the time. Be nice to go up north again.
I'm not certain where I'll go after this, but maybe a little jaunt into the mountains to enjoy the cold for a while would do my bones some good. It's way too hot here.
Can imagine. Well fought and story well told. Suppose we'll leave you back to your sharpening, unless someone else has got business.
So,
If it isn't too forwards, could I ask, do you drink? Could we perhaps buy a round for you, or how much does it take for a giant of your kind to get drunk, actually? Now I'm curious.
depends on the brew. Giant beer and whiskey is... Well, let's say if a human consumed even a human-sized portion of it, I'm pretty sure it would kill them.
That tracks.
But human brew, quite a lot.
Would you mind if we bought you around? As you seem like a very nice person, and I'd like to at least thank you for helping us
Mm.
in some small way.
Well, I can always certainly wait here. I don't dare go out into the city, but if you're in the mood to hear tales most human ears have probably never been graced with, I will be here until nightfall.
If I'm honest, I would be very interested in this.
As would I.
Actually, so would I.
Count me in.
I would have to
Really?
think on some of those stories. It's been a long time since I've had to recount them, and even longer since I've heard them. Well. Oh, and before you go, he kind of turns and puts his glasses away, picks the hand or the axe up and just takes the whetstone to the edge. Kind of looks obliquely towards you guys and says, "You can tell it that I can feel it in there too."
He can hear you.
As I assumed.
Thank
Oh, I
you for
suppose
your
we'll-
time.
We'll be back in a bit.
As you guys get to the door, you hear the giant say something pretty loudly, but it's in a language that none of you recognize.
Could I roll linguistics?
Possibly. Yeah, give me a roll. A pretty high check, but hey, you never know.
Probably not.
You can definitely tell he's speaking in giant. It's a rough, kind of syllabic language. Rough on the ears.
Right, okay.
And as you guys go into the hallway, you can hear him whistle a bit in the courtyard. You all hear Fenrir state, "What he said was from one battle brother to another."
Do you know him at all, or no? What do you know of these giants? He seemed to know quite a lot about you.
Wish I could say as much. I can't remember too much. The burning of human villages, that at least seems familiar. You might be onto something there.
Yes, you showed me a bit of it. You don't remember. Rather a large battle, if I don't recall incorrectly. It's hard to make out a lot.
It's harder to remember as much. I don't know him. Don't exactly know his kind. Although I remember a lot of animosity towards them. Hearing one speak in that way, especially one so advanced in years, seems incongruous to the things I remember. No evil in him necessarily. Perhaps lust for money. Perhaps just exhaustion. Fucking cat. Don't pay
Good.
attention to me.
I know.
It's like-
They
You
will
hear
see-
crunching as Ader is just like chewing on the side of a door frame.
No! Stop. I swear I'll mend that.
You're like near the great hall, and there's just some knobs like looking to you, and just like, nope, not dealing with that, and just turns and walks away.
What? Why the hell are you chewing on it? To see what it feels like? Well, okay, I guess that's a reason.
All right, and as you guys re-enter the main hall, I think that's where we will be ending for this night.
All right.
Mhm.
New drinking buddy attained.
Yeah, maybe.
Because we need
I don't
the
drink
party
this guy
in
at the
general.
table.
Yeah, the party in general needed an excuse to go drink more
Exactly. Yeah.
because it's been like
Believe
8
it.
hours.
Yeah.
I've got the tar barrel carry later, so I probably won't drink.
Pussy.
We'll say I know.
It's also-
I'm pretty sure I said by nightfall, but no, he'll probably leave by morning.
Hmm.
What I meant.
Yeah.
Usually
Well, we've got all
covered-
night to drink then.
Oh yeah. All right, so thank you all for playing. Thanks for everybody who's watching us, whoever you are and wherever you may be. And I guess this was a relatively more upbeat episode of Rough Rolling, even if we spent the first 2 hours talking about
Did we?
gear and doing accounting.
Yay, accounting.
It really was 2 hours.
It was, yeah.
It
And I'm not
It
gonna
was-
cut that out when I upload this to YouTube either.
was an hour and a half.
You
That's
probably
content.
should. You probably.
The other
should-
half hour was us arguing about it.
Arguing.
Yeah.
Fist
That
fighting.
tracks.
And mostly just me arguing about it. But anyway, that'll be something that we will want to remember to do between sessions.
Yep.
Yes, if there's any more of that needs to be done, let's handle it outside of session, and then you guys can argue about it outside of the session.
Yes. And hopefully not carry it into the session and be like, alright, what I really meant was.
I've still got gemstone business I need to handle. Should I handle that outside of session
Yeah,
now?
that probably wouldn't be a bad idea.
I was
When
gonna
we-
ask about that. You did say you were gonna take all those gems and sell them, and they haven't been sold yet. And
Yeah.
We're still waiting on the income from
You-
the.
You mentioned that you felt really bad about the state of things, so you were going to give us all of the profits, just split 4
Yep.
ways.
Oh well, I don't know that we ever put those up for auction. The ones that we
Nope.
got.
So, what I think the discussion was that was Gurgamesh is doing the work and he's going to take a little bit of the profits up front because he was taking, like, actually spending his own money to buy some of this stuff. But the gained profits on top of the stuff that he had crafted, because they were all generally stuff that we had collected as a group from adventuring, they were going to be split between the 5 of us. But I think the reason that nothing has been sold yet is because most of the items are at a price point higher than what anyone in this town can afford.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah, you're gonna have to take it to Lunabrook or Althold or Oxnaburg, somewhere else.
Though,
That's if we're going with the numbers that Natari rolled out, which
Yeah, the only one.
well,
The only
so
one I've gotten around to is the sapphire amulet, which is dubiously worth 6,000 gold pieces. Because that was one crafted before our where we redefined the rules, and also it was appraised by Natari, who may not have
Did not
given
roll
it
well. Holy shit, she rolled real bad.
So
I've-
when we find out the real value of this, we're gonna have to play by the old rules because
The value,
I rolled-
yeah.
I rolled to quadruple the value, so whatever it's really worth, it's quadruple that.
Yeah.
It's still pretty good.
Even if it's
So, and then-
like, even with that, if it was worth 6,000 gold, you're still gonna have to go to a much larger city to move it. Just
Yeah.
I do think there might be something too, because yes, we're going to have a hard time selling that, but trading them for similarly valued magical items might be slightly more viable in a town like this.
I would say
Possibly.
so.
Yeah.
But I think selling it is probably the better way of going.
Yeah.
I do
Um,
agree. I think selling will be best, just because if we traded, it becomes kind of worth less at that table when you're.
Well,
trading.
here's what we do. So I've got two items to attend to with the gem store. I'll add this as a third, where I go in and reappraise all of these gems so we can actually prioritize stuff.
Because you have two like smaller items that are up for sale in his store.
Right.
I think you tried to have this one listed, and he basically that's where you learn. He told you like,
Yeah.
if it's worth that much, brother, who's gonna buy it here? Like, yeah.
Oh, that's right. We were gonna try and offer it to the prince.
Just give it to
Yeah.
a random peasant.
So you'll do a payment plan for them.
So
Yeah.
Pay me half now, and
Welcome to Kmart. You can put it on layaway.
So, important question. Now that we have another little slave buddy in the form of the homunculus,
yeah.
who do you think is smarter, Lugo or the homunculus?
Homunculus has got 10 int, so even toss.
Well, wisdom.
Oh, wisdom. Homunculus has 12 wisdom.
Yeah.
Oh.
7 charisma.
Wow.
But I mean, if you can't talk, there's only like so many charisma based checks you're probably going to be making.
Honestly,
So-
7 charisma is more than I was expecting.
What's
You
funny
just
is that with the intelligence tie, we go to wisdom, and Gurugamesh has 12 wisdom.
Nice.
Hey.
So
Well, I know
Sven
you're.
has 14, so
Wow.
I like. Did you just call your own character Skren?
yes.
Okay.
Well, Daxius has 10, so technically the homunculus and Grugamesh are wiser than Daxius.
Nice.
Well, Lugo does have a character sheet, so I know what his stats are.
I would like
Lugo
to
has
cast
strength
identify on his
24.
stats.
In
Yeah,
the Battle
Lugo
of the
has,
Wits, we're gonna have to see who might win. The dumpy dragon homunculus, or the man, the human man.
That's right.
and we're totally
But-
allowed to pit them against each other because they're not our slaves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not legally.
he'd probably be fine with it. The homunculus knows everything that I know, somehow. Which also means that he could be used against me. But you know,
But he can't talk, so
he can't talk,
Thank you.
but he
All
could
right.
be,
You-
Yeah.
it says you can.
magically mind invaded.
It says you can spend 500 gold to give him a voice.
Oh
Are we still streaming?
I think we
Oh, I
are.
can?
Yeah.
We are.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guess,
Yeah. So
we'll see y'all
Uh,
next week, and thanks for watching. Bye bye.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
oh yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yes.
Make sure to